morning out there. You are watching The Morning Show here on Arise News. I'm Ruben Abati.
Good morning. I'm Ayon Myri Essay. You're in such a good mood today, Rufai.
Dr. Abati be throwing empirical facts, undisputable one. Rufai was saying on International Men's Day, I've just been told. So, Dr. Abati, today is our day.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Happy International Men's Day. I have the privilege of working with two gentlemen, Dr. Abati to my right and Rufai Oseni to my left. And I just want to celebrate you all this morning and to all the gentlemen who watch us on the morning show here on Arise News.
If you do implication,
The crisis rocking the People's Democratic Party, PDP, took another fiery turn on Tuesday as the Factional National Executive Committee, loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, ratified the expulsion of Governors Seyi Makinde of Oyo State, Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State, and Dauda Lawal of Zamfara State. Bauchi State Governor and Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Governors Forum, Bala Mohammed, yesterday blamed the Minister of the Federal Republic of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, for the crisis in the PDP. He also called out Wike for working for the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, to destroy the opposition, describing the FCT minister's attack on the PDP as immoral. Mohammed, alongside others, spoke at the PDP Secretariat in Abuja, where the two groups within the party clashed while attempting to take over control of the party's headquarters. Joining us on this show to review the PDP convention and the aftermath, dwelling on the face-off between rival camps led by Turaki and Wike, who is insisting that PDP should not field the presidential candidate as a panacea for peace to return to the party, is Professor Anthony Killer, Director, Commonwealth Institute of Advanced and Professional Studies, CIAPS.
Also, we shall be engaging Dr. Bumi Adeniro and also a parenting coach. We will be celebrating the impact our men continue to make in our society and in building families as we mark International Men's Day today.
Right, we'll catch up on news-making headlines around the globe. Nadifa Makisa brings us update on the foreign scene and on World Brief. We review today's newspaper headlines across the globe. Rod Sodiri will give us an update on global business outlook. Ebi Yoma will be taking us through sporting activities across the globe, while Ajiokbe will fill us in on what's trending around the world, highlighting impactful stories on our milestones and our good news reports. It's going to be all that and a whole lot more today on The Morning Show.
It's still the morning show here on Arise News, and once again, happy International Men's Day to all our male viewers, and of course, first to male anchors here on the morning show. First off, we start off with President Bola Tinubu, who has directed Vice President Kashim Shettima to visit Kebbi State on Wednesday, following the kidnapping of schoolgirls in Maga, Danko, Wasagu area of Kebbi State. The Vice President is expected to meet with state officials and reassure families that the federal government is working to ensure the girls' safe and swift return. In a statement, Presidential Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, said President Tinubu also extended his condolences to the Nigerian military after the killing of several soldiers, including Brigadier General Musa Uba, during operations against insurgents in Borno State. The president, who has received full briefings from military authorities, expressed sadness over the abductions despite earlier intelligence warnings of a possible attack. He commended Governor Mohammed Nasser Idris for his efforts to prevent the incident. The president asked Vice President Kashim Shettima to visit the state today to sympathize with the state government and the parents of the students. While decrying the security breach that led to the abduction of the girls from their boarding school, the president urged communities across the country, especially in areas facing security challenges, to share information and intelligence that would help the military, the police, and the Department of State Services to make the communities safe. In other news, in what has been described as a show of naked power between rival camps in the opposition People's Democratic Party, the PDP's leadership crisis reached a crescendo on Tuesday as loyalists and security operatives attached to Governors Seyi Makinde and Bala Mohammed of Oyo and Bauchi states, respectively, clashed with loyalists and security operatives in the camp of the FCT minister Nyesom Wike, who had arrived to hold rival meetings at the PDP National Secretariat in Abuja. Samuel Anyanwu insisted that he must serve out his tenure as National Secretary despite the PDP National Convention having dissolved the former National Working Committee at the weekend. Arise correspondent Mary Chinda tells us more.
It's a showdown here at the National Secretariat of the People's Democratic Party in the Wuse Zone 5 district of Abuja. 72 hours after the Ibadan National Convention, which led to the expulsion of the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, the party's National Secretary Samuel Anyanwu, and others, the pro-Wike camp is not backing down. Anyanwu and the former National Organizing Secretary Umar Bature had arrived at the Secretariat early amid huge police escort and took charge of the facility, insisting that they must serve out their tenures until December the 8th. They also rejected their expulsion.
First of all, this is our usual meeting. Before every NEC meeting, there will be a BOT meeting. So the BOT will hold first before the NEC, and this is an emergency NEC meeting.
Are you concerned about the fallout of the PDP Elective National Convention in Ibadan that expelled yourself and a couple of people in the party?
Well, this is laughable, because first of all, there's no convention in Ibadan. No convention. What makes a convention? One, as the National Secretary of the party in our constitution is very clear. 36E. For every convention, the National Secretary will state the affairs of the party if there's any convention. Outside the court judgment that says we should not hold. And as a law-abiding organization and party, we are led by the rule of law. So we decided that we shouldn't hold the convention.
Then came Governors Seyi Makinde and Bala Mohammed, accompanying the new Kabiru Turaki-led National Working Committee members into the National Secretariat building. They met a security barricade and were refused entry. The atmosphere then became charged with supporters engaging in a free-for-all, including security operatives. They broke the barricade and found their way into the PDP Wadata Plaza Secretariat, taking strategic positions and refusing to go out.
They have tear gases and tear gas even our governors. I want to call on President Trump. What is at stake is not just genocide against Nigerian Christians. He should come and save democracy in Nigeria. Commissioner of Police of the FCT had fulfilled his promise. They have made sure that we've gained entry into our secretariat.
Moments after the encounter, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike then arrived to attend the rival meeting, protected by security aides, even as Makinde and Bala prepared for a showdown. The pro-Anyanwu camp had called a BOT and NEC meeting, which was earlier rejected. But Wike's arrival for the said meeting created friction, and the Bala Mohammed camp would have none of that. The two governors and their supporters disrupted the proposed meeting.
They should go and leave us alone. Must we be with us? this man, why is he working? Is he not working with APC? Why didn't you ask him? Is it moral for him to say that he will be in APC to destroy us?
FCT Minister Nyesom Wike was your friend. You people were in the G5 in the last election. What exactly would have happened?
Well,
what changed?
Hold on. Small minds talk about people. Average mind talks about events. We would rather talk about issues. What's the issue? The issue is we don't believe in one-party Nigeria.
Tear gas canisters then filled the air as security operatives tried to regain control of the building. The two governors and the Wike camp and their supporters all had to be forced out of the neck hall. Undeterred, the Wike camp then moved from the neck hall to the NWC hall where they met, and then in a retaliatory move, approved the expulsion of Oyo's Sheyi Makinde, Bauchi's Bala Mohammed, Zamfara's Dauda Lawal, Chief Bode George, among others, over alleged anti-party activities.
NEC approved the expulsion of the following: 1. Adolphus Wabas, 2. Olabode George, 3. Berobi, 4. Kabiru Tani Suraki SN, 5. Bala Mohammed, 6. Oluseyi Makinde, 7. Dauda Lawal, 8. Tafik Arabaja, 9. Sotoji Koshode, 10. Okechukwu Mechina Daniel, 11. Weikoro Daniel, 12. Mohammed Kadede Suleiman.
The FCT Minister Nyesom Wike then vacated the premises, giving room to the PDP governors and the party chairman, Kabiru Turaki, and the NWC members to address journalists. They accused the police of bias and denounced the action of the Wike camp, accusing them of being backed by state resources to destabilize the main opposition. But the police denies the accusations of taking sides by the two governors, saying that it had been fair to both the Makinde, Bala, and Wike camps.
What strategy is being put in place to ensure that there is no breakdown of law and order? There is safety and security. You are also a living witness.
At the moment, Wadata House, headquarters of the PDP, continues to be under lock and key. I understand that there is an order from above saying do not let anyone in. But with the drama that has unfolded here today, Nigerians continue to worry about what will become of Nigeria's main opposition party, the PDP, ahead of the big election year 2027. From Wadata Plaza, headquarters of the People's Democratic Party, here in Abuja, Mary Chinda.
Thank you very much, Mary, for an excellent report. The president of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Archbishop Daniel Oko, has reaffirmed the association's position that Christians in Nigeria are facing genocide, calling on the federal government and the international community to take urgent and decisive action to protect vulnerable communities across northern Nigeria and the Middle Belt. Oko made the remarks on Tuesday during the opening of the fourth quarterly Can National Executive Council meeting at Crispan Hotel in Jos Plateau State. The event drew clerics from across the country and was attended by the Deputy Governor of Plateau State, Ngo Josephine Pio, who represented Governor Caleb Mutfwang. Speaking with deep emotion, the CAN president said the Christian community will not remain silent in the face of repeated, coordinated, and clearly targeted attacks against Christians, describing the pattern of violence as genocide.
Of Nigeria and to the international community to act decisively and urgently to halt the senseless destruction of lives and displacement of indigenous people, particularly in Christian-dominated communities across northern Nigeria and the Middle Belt. Federal and state governments to take immediate steps to resettle all internally displaced persons back to their ancestral home.
In Plateau State, this gathering is particularly symbolic. Plateau has become a regarded as the firmly committed to restoring and sustaining true peace across our communities.
Are we handing over our children to the terrorists to control them? Our grandchildren? By keeping silence in a time like this, we are likely to know none of us will escape this question from God Almighty. Where is your plan? State, we are persecuted, we say. Are we correct? Was Jesus wrong in giving us the instructions? And we obey half of it and refuse half of it? Let's listen. God bless you.
All right, a number of stories before us today, Rufai and Dr. Bati. Rufai, start with you, of course. And just looking at, first of all, the president saying, well, the president is saying that the president is depressed by what's happening, the state of insecurity in Nigeria. The PDP, sure, some people said power, shame, disgrace, a number of words. I mean, I'll let you speak on this. And then we had Mary Chinda give us live reports, even from yesterday whilst we were on air and, you know, on the morning show. Your take on these stories, including the Christian Association of Nigeria.
If the president is depressed about the insecurity, we will not have a foreign minister go to misrepresent facts on Piers Morgan's show. And I challenge his data. He said 177 Christians have been killed in the last 5 years. I challenge, where did he get the data from? Does he know the death toll in Yelwata? Does he know the Christmas killings death toll? If the president, Ayo, was feeling discontent and very sad, once that incident happened over the weekend, I don't think the vice president should have been in Kogi going to welcome new decampees. Also, if the president was very sad about General Uba, that great, victorious general that died fighting for this country, I don't think they should have been welcoming people. If the president was very sad, I don't think they should have been. Anyway, they've postponed the one in Taraba now. They should have been planning a welcome party for the Taraba state government at a time where people in the local government they still protested yesterday based on the killings of the thief. Ralph Waldo Emerson said something. What you do speaks so loud, I can't hear what you say. But yes, President Tinubu, you are very sad about the killings. Then what are you going to do about it? President Tinubu, as sad as you are, I just have one word to say to you this morning. Please, can we investigate complicity in the Kebbi attack? Because we're so easy and quick to mock Madam Jonathan when she was crying, "There is God," about complicity. But do you know that one of the teachers that were interviewed that escaped said that they had deployed security forces around there because the DSS, and kudos to DSS, Honorable Mr. Tosin Ajayi, this man has done a fabulous job. He gave, and DSS gave the intel. Security force was there. They had already planning and teaching them the drills. 30 minutes before the attacks, all of a sudden, the security forces left. Who ordered them to leave? President Tinubu, if you are sad, I think the very first thing we need to know is who ordered them to leave. Who gave the order? 30 minutes after they left, the attack happened. So you want to tell me there's no complicity? Tell it to the birds. So who ordered them to leave? And that's the problem we keep saying. So President Tinubu, may the sadness you feel and the sadness we all feel this morning, birth action, not just talk. Because we have seen too much talk. You feel sad about the insecurity. The first calisthenics that your government played was to downplay the fact that they are Christian genocide. We are not saying they are not killing Muslims. They are killing Muslims en masse, and we are upset about it. In fact, the killing of Muslims of genocidal proportion. But there's Christian genocide, but the nihilism is what is unforgivable. And people from your government, like Mr. Tuga and Co., and other people do it. I'm happy that Khan has reasserted what is happening. As regards those that are calling Donald Trump to come and save them in their problem, please leave PDP, leave Trump out of your problem. It's a case of two fighting. Both factions, both use state minds. The police are supposed to be catering to the plight of the people. That's what Governor Seyi Makinde used on the other, and Minister Wike also used. All of them use police. They wasted our taxpayers' money. Next year, they will start taxing us heavily. But they just wasted our 200 canisters on a bunch of politicians that are already benefited from Nigeria, that are fed full. And these atrocities were perpetrated by police officers. Police officers that, and for you police that were tear-gassing journalists, it is the same us you will come and meet in 20 years' time when these same politicians you are fighting for will not pay your pension. You will come and meet us to advocate for you. So you are tear-gassing us today. It just shows the failure of the entire ecosystem. So please, they should settle their problem internally. It obviously shows that some people want one-party state. Anyway, they allege that Wike had said that the only term for them is they should not present a stronger candidate. But the question we should ask is, why will people not want competition in a democracy? But it shows the mentality of these overprivileged Nigerian people. Let's keep deceiving ourselves. Continue.
Right. Dr. Batten.
Okay, in the context of this general, now international concern about security problems in Nigeria, we have had against that background the killing of a general. We have had against that background the abduction of 22 students of a girls' comprehensive school in Maga. We have had against that background the attack on a CAC Apostolic Church in Kwara. Also against that background where some terrorists went there. Now, all of that is fueling the narrative, confirming the position that there is insecurity in Nigeria. But the more problematic part of it is that emerging narrative is placed on the fulcrum of the fact that the victims are Christians and only Christians, and which is not the correct situation. I keep insisting. The major thing you can put your finger on is general insecurity in Nigeria and the incompetence, the inability of the federal government of Nigeria applying either kinetic measures or non-kinetic measures to solve the problem. A problem that you can date back to as far back as 2004. The failure of successive Nigerian governments to deal with the problem is in itself embarrassing. And that is the fact. Now, the story that you have brought to the table is President Tinubu saying he's depressed and government is going to do a lot to get back the 25 students who were abducted from the Comprehensive Girls High School in Maga, Kebbi State. Now, okay, this is the usual thing that government says. Government is always depressed. Government is always regretful. Whether it is Chibok girls or Dapchi girls, and now it is the girls from Kebbi. So the government is just saying the right thing, and then northern governors saying they are outraged. Both the federal government and the state government continues to, continue to disappoint the people, whether it's in Kebbi State or it's in Borno State or elsewhere in Nigeria. And that, I think, is the bigger problem that we have to address. However, the danger in it is that the international community that is not built up a narrative about Christian genocide will feed on it like worms to say whatever they want to say. Riley Moore, House of Representatives member in the U.S., in addition to Tom Cole, the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, and Ted Cruz. This is, good material for them. And the Trinidadian bimbo, Nicki Minaj, who spoke yesterday at a UN event, they are all already feeding into it. Riley Moore says, for example, that Kebbi is a Christian state, and the students that were abducted were Christian students. But that is not true. Kebbi is a predominantly, Christian, Muslim state, and the people that were adopted, they were Muslims. But when the state is negligent, when the state fails in terms of its responsibilities, then you will get that kind of riposte from other people who, by the way, may have their own agenda to pursue. Meanwhile, we have in Nigeria, since the time of President Jonathan, what we call a Safe Schools Initiative. When the Dapchi girls were abducted, it was the same thing we were talking about, Safe Schools Initiative. In fact, some state governments said they were going to provide more security, they were going to fence the schools round, and yet in spite of all of that, you still have 25 students being abducted from a school in Kebbi State. So the bigger issue, is the failure of the state. And I think that we may just well address all of this instead of thinking that somebody from another country will come and save Nigeria. And that takes me to the crisis in the PDP. The PDP, I said, is imploding. The PDP, I wrote, back page of the of this day, yesterday, has left the ICU, it has gone to the mortuary, it is looking for the Lazarus effect with the hope that the party will resurrect. But the situation seems to be getting worse than what happened in 2014. The politicians must realize that it was this kind of situation that we had in 1964, in 1965, that provided part of the catalyst for the collapse of the First Republic. Politicians not agreeing among themselves and then causing friction in the country. But the unfortunate thing is that Nigerian politicians have lost the capacity either to learn from history or to, improve themselves. Second, what happened at the PDP Secretariat in Wuse yesterday was foreseeable, and I'll be surprised if anybody is surprised about what happened. One faction fighting against another. But the big issue is about national stability. It's about history repeating itself. And we hope that the statement that history first repeats itself as a farce and then it repeats itself subsequently as a tragedy does not happen in this particular case. But we can also say that, one, we do not need a one-party state. I argue, I continue to do so, that you need the opposition, and the opposition must be allowed to thrive. But this does not mean that, any major actor in that axis should now call for the intervention of Donald Trump or the intervention of the international community. This remains a sovereign country, and we continue to call on the part of the political actors for patriotism. Saying that people should come and save democracy in Nigeria. No, it is Nigerian politicians who can save democracy in Nigeria. It is not Donald Trump. It is not anybody in the international community. But I guess that, Kameno Tanemu Turaki SAN, KT SAN, spoke out of exuberance. He is from Kebbi State, even in his own native Kebbi State. I do not think that anybody in that state, whether it's Adamu Aliero or other major stakeholders in that state, will call for Trump to come and save democracy in Nigeria. It is important for politicians in Nigeria to play politics according to the rules, to respect the rules, and what we find in the People's Democratic Party is that people are not respecting the rules. The party has abandoned its own constitution. Friendship among the parties involved would seem to have broken down. Finally, the Archbishop Daniel Oko talking about genocide in Nigeria. Well, considering his position as president of the Christian Association of Nigeria, he has a responsibility to defend the faithful. The Pope has also intervened in the matter. Other parties have said Christians are being attacked in Nigeria. But the residual point is the position of the Nigerian government is that it is not just Christians that are being attacked. Muslims are being attacked also. Many of the commentators may not admit the complexity of the Nigerian situation, but the issue is that the Nigerian government has a responsibility to protect everyone, whether Christian, Muslim, or animists, and that we should not allow religion to divide the country, to make this country more problematic than it already is. That, in my view, is the point.
All right, let me start off with the PDP what happened at the PDP Secretariat yesterday. Some people have called it, we had it as a story as Wahala in Wadata, PDP showdown, a number of things. But I think that a lot of people would agree that it was an unfortunate and unnecessary show of shame. And I believe that it is particularly disgraceful because these are our political leaders. The PDP is the main opposition party, and you can see a number of things as a fallout. We've talked a lot about the internal wranglings and the internal upset of the party in itself, PDP, the fate of the PDP, how strong an opposition it might be, the people working against the PDP. But I think what we see on the screen, if you see the fighting that's happened there, is something that we shouldn't be seeing at a time like this. Number one, it was very poor timing because, as Dr. Abati, you mentioned, the chairman, well, the alleged the chairman from the convention over the weekend of the PDP is from Kebbi State, where we have a serious matter of concern that 25 of our young girls, not animals, not plants, not inanimate objects, human beings, young girls of the future were kidnapped. And yet, because of the matter of politics, even as an opposition, I'm not sure they've been able to have enough time to present a response or a comment with regards to what's happening in Kebbi State. And that's quite sad. And it definitely shows where the priority of the political elite is, whereby it's about power grabbing, who's next, and who can dominate in terms of a powerful shame. Now, another part that really was concerning was the use of state resources for what was a political matter within a political party. We talk about how, first of all, we need more personnel in our security agents, especially with the police. And we see the policemen, they're trying to settle and bring peace and order, which is part of their responsibility. But if this didn't happen, then we wouldn't have a waste of resources, human and financial. And spot on fire, I was just thinking of how much money it cost the taxpayers. I think until we as taxpayers recognize the fact that this is our money on display being wasted, because if you were your company, you ask for how money was being spent, where resources was wasted on such an activity as this, because grown men in a political party could not come to the table and act like adults. Beyond that as well, I believe when you come to the code of conduct of policemen, I was like, okay, so the police can actually use just tear gas to disperse a situation that threatens to break down law and order. Whereby we have peaceful protesters who go out, and we hear of people being, their live rounds of bullets being shot, people being tear gassed. But when it comes to the politicians, the police knows how to restrain itself in the face of fracas like this and not take on, very bullish action. I think that's something to take note of, so that the next time Nigerians exercise their right to peaceful protest, which is more on the side of the law than this show whereby people could have actually lost lives, they would conduct themselves more professionally, because it shows that it is possible. Beyond that, when we talk about the loss of lives, last time when I spoke about the interface between the Minister of the FCT and the military personnel at the land, I said that it could easily have descended into a free flow whereby the two sides could have opened fire and would have had an unnecessary loss of lives. The same thing could have happened yesterday. And I don't know if we don't think about the ramifications of our decisions or the consequences of actions that we take. And so if anyone had lost their lives yesterday, the conversation would be that because there were internal wranglings in the political party, lives were wasted in such a manner. Then finally, let me talk about the security. And I'm happy that the president feels deeply about what's going on as in the nation, in Nigeria currently. But emotion ought to provoke action. That it would be the best use of emotion. Nigerians don't want to hear any more condolence messages. We don't want to hear any more stories around I'm disappointed, I'm disheartened. All those things, we've heard it with previous administrations. What we want to see as the best response for Nigerians is action to be taken to end this insecurity, to ensure that young children, whether boys or girls, can go to school without the fear of being kidnapped or harmed while they're in school. This is 48 hours later. Yesterday, I was saying that was 24 hours later, and I cannot imagine what has happened to the young girls at the time of the report. And now, 48 hours later, no arrest arrest. We've not had any concrete news to give to Nigerians this morning with regards to the outcome of the Kebbi incident, and that is quite sad. I put it to the president, who is asking for locals to provide intelligence. That intelligence is not our problem, as we saw yesterday or 2 days ago in Kebbi State, because intelligence, the DSS had intelligence, but what happened to the intelligence? So it's not for a lack of the instruments to actually deal with the matter. It is the fact that there are people who are sabotaging the efforts of people who want to do right. And until those people are fished out, whether those who are financing, those who have political gain, those who are giving, selling out the Nigerian government and the security agents, who are not going to make any headway with insecurity. So I put it to the president and the security agents that they know what to do. They know who these people are, but will they have the will to do what it takes to ensure that Nigerians can feel safe in their homes, in schools, on the road, wherever they are, and their lives will be protected, especially the future of Nigeria that seems to be cut off at this point. I know that Adefemi, in the course of her news brief, will talk about further what's happened with Nicki Minaj, going to the UN, speaking yesterday. We'll talk about the Piers Morgan interview. We'll talk about the Minister, Yusuf Tuga's performance. So I'll wait for that to give my take and comments on that, particularly with regards to how we have a big challenge with data in Nigeria and how that is in itself a matter of national concern and fueling insecurity and not being able to present the true state of the Christian genocide that Nigeria is currently experiencing at the moment. If we don't have facts, if we don't have figures, we cannot claim full-heartedly that nothing is happening of that such in the country. It's time now for a short break on the morning show. When we return, we'll have Adefemi Akinsoyan join us for World Brief and to review top stories in today's newspaper. Stay with us.
Solar energy has improved the lives of Nigerians in the sense that we can have a cleaner environment and thereby preserving the earth for future generations. Our mission is to ensure we develop and deliver locally acceptable, contemporary, and innovative solutions in partnership with global organizations to ensure that we become the first and the trusted choice for Nigerians. So the option of having a solar solution at just 30% equity already ensures that you have money back in your pocket, because then you can then pay on a monthly basis over a period of time, which, if you compare with the fact that you're also paying grid, is actually more affordable over a period of time. Then you can have your access to power under your control at every point in time for up to 10 years.
My smally.
Gen Z mama we carry better swag.
You dey wine. It be like say plenty credit don't overload for that your size.
Credit now water. You say no now.
Glow Talk Master. My little lioness.
When they retire senior lions.
I dey make one better dress where you go wear for these holidays.
When I land them, I go finish you with plenty kisses.
Who you dey kiss, they finish on my credit? Who be this? Mr. Man.
Ah, Mama.
Why they disturb us now?
You almost give me heart attack. Oh.
Feel like say you never hear about Glow Talk Master.
We get free data. Let's video call her.
Ah.
Hi, girl.
Free on Glow Talk Master. Talk for 6 minutes and get 6 minutes free. Plus 15 megabytes of data free. Simply dial *606#. 2,000 naira for new customers. 1,000 naira for voice. 1,000 naira for data.
Mom, you see, you taught me well. In today's world, we forget what truly connects us.
I need my family to come together.
Devon Kings, bringing families together, one bite at a time.
No phones at my table.
This reminds me of the good old days. Thank you for keeping to the family traditions.
Thank you, Mama.
Devon Kings, taste that binds.
Ike, you are jogging? win! Freshio, a good source of vitamins A, B6, B12, D, and zinc that keeps you active and refreshed on the go.
You're so full of life these days, Ike. Since when?
Hey, it's Friday!
Party tonight?
After this long day of work, and you too, since when?
Freshio, wholesome goodness every day. Grab your bottle now.
We've got news. Freshio Kids Pack is back with a straw hole.
Mealtime is game on. Meet my Sure Bet Game Changer, made from natural ingredients to deliver game-changing chicken aroma and taste for my whole team. Upgrade your chicken game with game-changing chicken flavor from Maggi Chicken.
Easy to open, easy to squeeze, easy to scoop and
Sonia tomato mix in a stand-up pouch. Get one free sachet when you buy 5 tomato mix or pepper and onion sachets.
Welcome back to the Morning Show here on Arise News. Joining us now for World Brief and the review of some of the headlines of today's newspapers from around the world is Adefemi Akinsanya. Good morning, Adefemi.
Good morning, Dr. Reuben. Good morning, Ayo, and good morning, Rufai.
Good morning,
Hey, hey. Good morning to you two viewers. Let me tell you what's happening around the world. Well, there have been mixed reactions after US-based rapper Nicki Minaj delivered the keynote address at a United States mission to the United Nations conference in New York. She used the platform to call for unity and to insist that no group should be persecuted because of their faith. Let's take a listen.
In Nigeria, Christians are being targeted, driven from their homes, and killed. Churches have been burned. Families have been torn apart, and entire communities live in fear constantly, simply because of how they pray. Sadly, this problem is not only a growing problem in Nigeria, but also in so many other countries across the world, and it demands urgent action. And I want to be clear. Protecting Christians in Nigeria is not about taking sides or dividing people. It is about uniting humanity. Nigeria is a beautiful nation with deep faith traditions and lots of beautiful barbs that I can't wait to see.
Well, as we've just heard, Minaj called for increased international attention, of course, to the killing of Christians in Nigeria, and also urged people to prioritize civilian protection and to strengthen monitoring mechanisms. But intervention does draw swift reaction online and, of course, among diplomats. Now, supporters to what Nicki Minaj had to say have commended the value of broader advocacy, while critics, however, have questioned the expanding role of celebrity figures in formal diplomatic forums. Well, meanwhile, the much-anticipated appearance of Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tugar, on Piers Morgan's Uncensored show has been broadcast, showing a series of fiery debates over claims of Christian genocide in Nigeria, the burning of churches, and Donald Trump's threat of military intervention. Let's take a look at some of what Minister Tugar had to say.
We in Nigeria have Christians, we have Muslims, we have atheists, we have animists, and when we're counting death tolls, we don't necessarily go by religion, and quite often it's difficult to even identify what religion an individual that has just lost their lives belongs to.
You dispute the numbers of Christians that have been reported to have been killed, but you have no idea how many Christians have been killed. What we surely can agree on is how many Christian churches have been destroyed. Do you know how many?
52 churches, depending on which region, again, you are referring to. Because since the last 5 years, the attacks, not destroyed, attacks on churches, 102.
Foreign Minister, do you condemn the attacks and the murder on Christians by Islamist groups in Nigeria?
Absolutely, 100%. I lost my father-in-law to an attack by an Islamic terrorist group, Boko Haram. So I myself am a victim. I've lost family members to attacks. And they were Muslims, but it doesn't matter whether they're Muslim or Christian.
Well, as you just saw there, Minister Dugwa did appear alongside Canadian former Member of Parliament, Goldie Gambari, who fiercely defended the plight of Christians. However, she did make some mistakes in her commentary. She referred to Nigeria as a country with a parliamentarian system, which, as we know, is incorrect. And she also said that Nigeria's constitution mandates a Muslim-Christian balance between a president and a vice president, also incorrect. That was before she accused the Tinubu administration of being Islamists who collude with Iran, but gave no evidence to support her claim. Let's also not forget that Nigerian Muslims are predominantly Sunni, while Iranians are mostly Shiites. Nevertheless, let's take a listen to some of her fiery comments.
If it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, it probably is a duck. There is a reason that we're seeing these Islamic militants going around and yelling Allahu Akbar. That's not by coincidence. There's a reason that they are attacking Christians on Christmas Eve. Let's not forget that back in 2014, almost 300 Christian schoolgirls were kidnapped by these Islamic militants. 80 of them, their whereabouts are still unknown. Here's what's happening in Nigeria is jihad. It's the exact same thing that happened on October 7 by Islamists when they broke into Israel and murdered Jews, yelling Allahu Akbar. I think his government is complicit. Right now, you have an Islamist government in Nigeria. One of the things that he didn't mention to you is that typically it's been a constitutional convention in Nigeria that if the prime minister is Muslim, then if the president is Muslim, then the vice president is Christian. If the president is Christian, then the vice president is Muslim. This is intended to have a proper representation of the Nigerian population. Right now, you have a Muslim president, and then they decided to choose a Muslim vice president, and so there is actually no Christian representation in the Islamist government. By the way, this is a government that is working closely behind the scenes with the Islamic Republic of Iran. You should ask the foreign minister why Nigerian school children are holding pictures of the Ayatollah, who is a brutal dictator and is murdering my people in Iran. People need to look into the linkages between the current Nigerian government and the Islamic Republic of Iran.
So those were very fiery statements she made there. Often, some of what she said was unsubstantiated, but I am looking forward to hearing what you've all got to say. Moving on now, and Saudi Arabian Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's one-day visit at the White House has come to an end with the pledge that Saudi Arabia can increase the $600 billion investment in the United States to $1 trillion. Indeed, his visit was a state visit in everything but name, but President Trump greeted MBS on the South Lawn with full ceremonial honors, a military honor guard, a cannon salute, and a flyover by U.S. fighter jets as the two leaders moved to the Oval Office for talks. Now, for them, the focus of the visit was money, trade, and investment. But for some of the journalists in the room, their focus was elsewhere. Now, Trump was harsh with ABC's chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, who asked a valid question about the murder and dismemberment of Jamal Khashoggi, a fellow journalist. Now, this is despite the fact that the CIA concluded that Mohammed bin Salman, the Saudi crown prince, ordered the assassination. Now, his comments went a step further, that is Trump, when he was also asked about why the Epstein files hadn't been released. Let's take a listen to what President Trump had to say.
And Your Royal Highness, the U.S. intelligence concluded that you orchestrated the brutal murder of a journalist. 9/11 families are furious that you are here in the Oval Office. Why should Americans
Who are
trust
you
you?
with?
And the same to you, Mr. President.
Now, who are you with?
I'm with ABC News, sir.
You're with who?
ABC News, sir.
Fake news. ABC fake news. One of the
But the
worst.
question is
One of the
legitimate,
worst
sir.
in the business. I think you are a terrible reporter. It's the way you ask these questions. You start off with a man who's highly respected, asking him a horrible, insubordinate, and just a terrible question. As far as this gentleman is concerned, he's done a phenomenal job. You're mentioning somebody that was extremely controversial. A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen. But he knew nothing about it, and we can leave it at that. You don't have to embarrass our guest by asking a question like that.
It's okay, just you ask, Mr. President,
please,
if you allow me to answer. You know, I feel painful about, the families of 9/11 in America, but, we have to focus on reality. About the journalists, it's really painful to hear, anyone that been losing his life for no real purpose or not in a legal way, and it's been painful for us in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, he said it's very painful for them in Saudi Arabia. Well, our last story on today's World Brief is Eswatini's government publicly acknowledging receiving more than $5 million from the United States as part of a deal to accept dozens of deportees under Washington's aggressive mass deportation program. Eswatini's finance minister told the parliament the funds were transferred to the National Disaster Management Agency account, though he stressed the money cannot be spent until it is formally appropriated by the budget. He admitted his ministry was not fully consulted during those negotiations. However, under the written agreement, Eswatini committed to take up to 160 deportees in exchange for $5.1 million intended to enhance his border and migration management capacity. So far, 15 men have arrived, 5 in July on a chartered U.S. military flight and 10 in early October. Now, Human Rights Watch and the Eswatini Litigation Center have filed court cases questioning the constitutionality of the agreement and demanding transparency. Well, those are our well-briefed stories. Before I come over to my colleagues for their comments, let's take a look at the newspaper headlines from across Nigeria and indeed the world. Firstly, of course, we begin with the front page of This Day. This Day leads with that report that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is depressed over the abduction of 25 students from the Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School in Maga over in Kebbi State, and the killing, of course, of Brigadier General Musa Uba by insurgents. Now, Tinubu has also assured parents of the students that their safe return will be imminent. He also asked Vice President Kashim Shettima to visit Kebbi to sympathize with the state government and the families. He's also sent condolences to the military over the fallen soldiers. Meanwhile, President Tinubu is scheduled to depart Abuja. He's already on his way, I believe, to heading over to South Africa for the G20 summit. He'll also then make his way over to Angola for the African Union, European Union summit also. Let's move on to our next paper. We're going to take a look at the Vanguard. The Vanguard also reports that President Tinubu has sent President Kashim Shettima to Kebbi State to reassure parents. That is, of course, as the army intensifies efforts to rescue these 25 schoolgirls abducted from the school, their secondary school, the Government Girls Secondary School in Maga. Now, this is where the vice principal was also killed, unfortunately. The Senate has called for the recruitment of 100,000 additional security personnel, while international bodies, including UNICEF, have condemned this attack. The Daily Trust, however, does take a different look. Of course, its front page is dedicated to some of the students who were unfortunately abducted. It does feature also the account of a student who described how bandits stormed their school and carried out the attack. Moving on to the New Telegraph and the Daily Independent, we've got a double whammy today. Now, both of these papers report on the PDP debacle. They do say that the party is in deep crisis with a fierce supremacy battle tearing through the party's national leadership. Now, the papers highlight the clashes between factions loyal to Bala Mohammed, Sheyi Makinde and Nyesom Wike, which has escalated into chaos at the party's headquarters. Police fired tear gas to disperse rival supporters, while senior party members traded accusations of expulsions, intimidation, and abuse of power. Now, the Daily Independent also adds that over 600 security operatives and thugs reportedly surrounded the PDP Secretariat. That was as Turaki attempted to assume office, prompting warnings that the turmoil poses a serious threat to internal democracy. Let's take a look at the Daily Sun. The Daily Sun reports just up here, it's an expose on how Nestle is facing criticism over allegations that it adds sugar to baby food products sold in Nigeria. Health advocates and consumer groups say the practice raises concerns about nutrition and transparency, prompting calls for stricter regulation and clearer labeling standards. Now, the issues highlighted here, it does echo findings from a report here at Arise News called Bittersweet. This was the investigative report that I put together alongside Leila Johnson-Salami and also with the help of our dearly departed Somi Maduagu as our Abuja-based producer. Now, we examined sugar levels in infant foods and highlighted the potential long-term risks for children. Now, staying with the Daily Sun, just to the top here, we can see that the Christian Association of Nigeria has also welcomed the United States' offer to help Nigeria tackle killings and insecurity. Now, CAN President Archbishop Daniel Oko said, speaking at the body's quarterly meeting in Jos, he did reaffirm that there is a Christian genocide in the country, and he has called for justice, accountability, and the resettlement of all displaced persons. Now, he's also urged Christian leaders to remain steadfast and prayerful, noting that the meeting's location in Jos symbolizes resilience and faith, with hope that the outcomes will advance national unity and peace. Moving on to UK papers, let's take a look at the Financial Times today. The Financial Times is also looking at international relations between the United Kingdom and China. You've got the UK government issuing a warning to China, stating that Britain will not tolerate any attempts to interfere in its political processes. The statement follows concerns raised by MI5 rather, over alleged efforts to influence members of parliament, which officials described as covert and calculated operations. And then lastly, for our fans of this program, it's called Line of Duty. It is back if you do care to watch. It is an amazing drama. And so it's on the front page of the Daily Star today. It does lead with the news that this crime drama, Line of Duty, will return for its 7th series. The broadcaster, BBC, has confirmed that the new 6-part season, written by the creator Jed Mercurio, it will be filmed and is on its way. So those are your well-briefed stories and your newspaper. Absolutely, we will take a very quick chat on these stories. Go ahead.
I mean, if I can quickly make a chart, Femi, kudos to you on that, your documentary. You can see that the truth is now being exposed, and kudos on that. As regards Minister Tuga, he flunked all the lines on the data. And please, we would like to challenge him. 177 Christians killed in 5 years. What happened in Yelata? What happened in the Christian, Christmas Day Eve killings? What happened in Owo? Calculate those numbers, let's see the facts. As regards the woman C, the truth is, yes, Mr. Tuga can pick on the little point she flip-flop on. The fact that, yes, there's a constitutional consensus. There's no constitutional consensus, between having a Christian and a Muslim card. It's just like a normal convention, which President Tinubu alluded to. So she flunked her lines on that. But on the part where she said the president and the prime minister, she finally corrected herself, the president and the vice president. The third part I want to talk about, she was actually correct. Nigeria has relations with Iran, but there's the El Zakzaki group here, that's a Shiite group that Nigerian government has had loggerheads with. So we cannot deceive ourselves that there's been loggerheads as regards that. And lastly, on the, on the other line that she made, that she talked about the fact that there's been a lot of killings and all of that. She brought us in with her own fact. The minister couldn't bring us back. It was on the 4th occasion, or the 3rd occasion, when they asked the minister, okay, what are the numbers of the Christians being killed in the country? Before he finally came out and said, okay, 177. So we have to challenge him on those facts. I mean, there are many things I have to say, but my head is being screamed off here.
So for that interview, I was more interested in the minister's response, because that's the man that's responsible to the Nigerian people as part of this Tinubu government. One of the issues, or the biggest takeaway for me from that interview, is that we have a massive data problem, and it's one of the reasons why the government cannot effectively respond to problems that we have. I say this because when he was asked on the population numbers, he said 230 million. Where did he get the data from? Is it the World Health Organization Nations or World Bank's projected population census. When last did we have a census in Nigeria? Right. When he was asked about the number of Christians that were being killed, he said, oh, they don't check their, religion when they die. But he was able to give 177. And Pierce challenged him on that number, but you said that you don't check their religion when they pass away. But if it seems that when we have a nation that's polarized, especially along religious divide, you have to check those things, because how then can you confidently defend the fact that there's no genocide if you don't even know the nature of the people that are being killed? And so Nigerian government cannot, unfortunately, effectively defend their position because they actually don't know the true picture of what is happening. And unfortunately, that was glaring in that interview. They do not actually have a clue about what's going on.
Okay, beyond whatever emotional response anyone may have to this subject, can we go into the territory of theory and knowledge? Which is to say that the American government seems to be ahead in this game, if you may use the word game. Because Trump said, oh, the Nigerians, they think that this thing is a joke. Look, in diplomacy, this is also a problem of diplomacy. And I say the Americans are ahead because there's something that is called traditional diplomacy. There's also modern diplomacy. Traditional diplomacy is government to government. When Trump speaks and he directs more and Cole and Hexet, he's doing, traditional diplomacy, which is government to government, a lot of secrecy, a lot of formality. Now the Americans have gone ahead in labeling Nigeria to what is called modern diplomacy, which is where you bring non-state actors, you bring personalities, you do public diplomacy, you do cultural diplomacy, and that's where you will have, a person like Nicki Minaj being brought forward. Now, yesterday I may have characterized her and all of that, but the issue is that they are bringing personalities. The Gambari of Canada, it's interesting to see that there's a Miss Gambari coming from Canada and a Trinidadian Miss Nicki Minaj from America. So they have expanded the scope of the engagement with Nigeria. And Nigeria is still trying traditional diplomacy. So we have to learn. That's why I was saying that we need adults in the room. We need experts in the room. If America takes one step, diplomacy is a subject that is studied, that is established. So Nigeria should just go beyond denial and being, reactive to also play the games at a professional level. I'm probably giving free advice for which I will not be paid. And as to the issue of PDP, the role of the police is to be deployed, condemned, because what we saw yesterday was a police for hire situation. One faction hires a faction of the police, another faction hires a faction of the police, and then the two factions failed to be neutral. That in itself is condemnable. Well, we're told we have no more time.
All right. Thank you so much, Adefemi. So many things to talk about, including that sugar news. I think it's an important one, especially for our babies and the risk of diabetes later on in life and other related diseases. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we will have Rotus Odiri give us updates on global business activities. Stay with us.
Some call it Black Friday, Africans call it Kuya. When you shop every day like it's a holiday, oh. Discount the prices so sharp, all you want on. A Black Friday like you've never seen before. Then you go and I say, thank God it's Yakata. Prices go from Yakata.
Conga Yakata. From 1st to 30th of November 2025. Shop genuine products at affordable prices and delivered with peace of mind.
Hello, Nigerians. Your dream of owning a home is closer than ever. The federal government, through the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, has launched the Ministry of Finance Incorporated Real Estate Investment Fund, AMRIF, designed to make home ownership a reality for everyday Nigerians. With AMRIF, you can secure mortgage at a fixed rate of 9.75% per annum, repayable over up to 20 years. Even better, you only need to contribute 10% of the property value as your deposit. That means the house you've always wanted could be yours sooner than you think. This opportunity is open to all Nigerians at home and abroad, and to developers building quality housing. Don't wait. Visit www.mreif.com.ng today to sign up or walk into any of the participating banks. MREIF, your path to home ownership. This fund is...
Uche, sir, come go collect the goods we pay for. No carry nonsense, come back here.
Okay, my Oga.
Uche, go buy me oil filter. Go buy for Pascal. Hey, he go cheat you.
I don't hear, Oga, I don't hear.
I go call you back. Hello, Johnny. I beg you, get radiator. Okay, my boy, they come your shop now, come collect them, eh? Uche.
Oga, I don't go Pascal again.
Go to the shop now. Uche. Go that boy shop, come bring a filter.
Free on Glow Talk Master. Talk for 6 minutes and get 6 minutes free. Plus 50 megabytes of data. Free. Dial *606#. New customers also enjoy a welcome bonus.
This one will not flash me like before. The way I say things don't change, oh. Now where I don't get Glow Talk Master, eh? I go dey call you go fear. I go call you tire. You go tire. Put your where you dey now.
Sir, you register your Glow SIM again.
Unlimited.
Mealtime is game on. Meet my Sure Bet Game Changer, made from natural ingredients to deliver game-changing chicken aroma and taste for my whole team. Upgrade your chicken game with game-changing chicken flavor from Maggi Chicken.
Coming soon to over 500 million smartphone users and 1.5 billion voices. Leke, the social platform for the world, out of Africa. By the founders of Arise and This Day Media Group, we're going to be launching with a big bang. A new homegrown social platform born in Africa and built for the world, blending community, culture, and cutting-edge AI. It's fast, culturally rooted, data-friendly, and designed to scale globally. A digital platform for youth, creators, and business. A one-stop shop to connect, share, create, and earn. It's time to end social media imperialism. This is Leke, a voice for all.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. Now for global business updates, Rotus Odiri joins us. Good morning, Rotus.
Good morning, Dr. Bati. Good morning, Ayo. Good morning, Rufai. Good morning to all our viewers. And I'm so sorry to our investors because it's just red wherever you go. Well, except for the, the Nifty 50 in India. Because same story. Shanghai Composite Index to China, red. Hong Kong, red. Japan, red. Korea, red. India is in the green. ASX 200. Technology stocks, even in Europe, US, we continue to see these stocks underperform because of these worries of an AI bubble and that all this capital expenditure is not going to bring in the returns that are expected. We looked at Xpeng yesterday. Now we look at Xiaomi, the Chinese conglomerate that makes phones, electric vehicles, and so on. They released their quarterly earnings, and they did decently, although the stock price, even though I think it was 5%, it was 5%, down 5% in trading. Yeah, this one in 5.2. This is on the Hong Kong stock exchange. So 38.70 there, Hong Kong dollars is where Xiaomi was. So looking at their performance, I mean, their revenues came in at almost $16 billion. Smartphone shipments was 43 million. Xiaomi is the third largest smartphone maker out behind Samsung and Apple. And smartphones made up majority of their revenues. Electric vehicles, we looked at Xpeng yesterday. Xpeng did about 116,000. Electric vehicle deliveries for Xiaomi was 108,000. The gross margin, very important metric. When you strip out cost of goods sold and then divide your gross profit by your revenues, this tells you that the amount of money they're able to retain and how efficient they are. Their cash position came down a little bit, $5 billion. Adjusted net profit was up by 80% to 1.5. I would have gone into Baidu, but unfortunately, not enough time. Baidu is China's answer to Google. U.S. stocks, this is what? S&P now, I think we're looking at the fourth or fifth day in a row of losses. NASDAQ is also down. The tech-heavy NASDAQ, this is where you saw most of your losses. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average down by 1.07%. So it has really been a tough month, this month of November, for U.S. stocks. Same reason why Asia is down. Same reason why Europe is down. Looking at some highlights here, Amazon was down by 4.4. Advanced Micro Devices down by 4.2. NVIDIA, their earnings are coming up later on today after the bell, 2.8. Microsoft also down as well. Now, as far as NVIDIA is concerned, this is all eyes on the company, right? Expectations, revenue, we're expecting 54 billion is what the analysts are expecting. Earnings per share, $1.25 was about 87 cents this time last year. So that's, I think, about what, a 50-something% increase. The markets always have these high expectations for NVIDIA. 2026 sales, they're expecting 286 billion. They're expecting to hear about the Blackwell chip. You saw the Saudi prince in the White House. He came for AI. He came for chips. That is what he came. And also those F-35s that Lockheed Martin might be selling to them if Congress allows that to happen. But it's all about NVIDIA's outlook, China, their sales. That's what the market is expecting. But NVIDIA is down about 10% so far this year. They're still up about 30 for the year. A lot more news happening in the tech space. Meta won its antitrust case against the United States. The Trump administration, in their first iteration in 2018, the Department of Justice sued Meta, saying that the purchase of WhatsApp and Instagram was anti-competitive. The judge ruled against the U.S. government, saying that they were not able to properly define the marketplace where these social media apps operate, and therefore Meta is in the clear. Also, Google releasing, this made a lot of news, going viral yesterday, the Gemini, their latest AI model, Gemini 3.0, supposed to be, PhD reasoning. There were a whole lot of videos floating about what it can do. It can technically take an image, animate it, and do a whole lot more in terms of reasoning and interaction. To Nigeria, to round off, interesting article in Business Day, which I think you all should check out. The headline here says, Nigeria's healthcare crisis needs more than government spending. It needs ingenuity. Healthcare spending does not meet up to our liabilities. Most of healthcare in Nigeria is paid by households, out of pockets. Insurance, unfortunately, the funding is not there. Our 2025 healthcare budget, 2.4 trillion, big jump from 2024, but still under where the thresholds are supposed to be. I think it was what, 6% of the budget, supposed to be about 15. So this article is suggesting that we charge 5 kobo on voice calls, and that is supposed to conservatively raise about 2 trillion naira. Now, of course, remember the telcos still have not been able to raise their tariffs, right? They're not being able to charge what they spend. But the point is this, whether or not you agree with what the suggestion here is, Nigeria needs good roads. You want better healthcare. We want 24/7 electricity. Well, if it's not taxes, where are you going to? That's the thing. I'm throwing it out there. How do you fund it? There you go. I'm done.
Greek.
How do we fund it? How do we fund it?
First, fund the budgetary provision first.
From where?
Over 15% of your, what is it called? You're making revenues now through, what's it called, multinational and all of that. over 15% of, over 30% of your budget has not been funded. Maybe you say you are making a lot of revenue. Use that to fund it. Don't bring telecoms tax again. Telecoms that you are not giving them anything in return, and they are powering generator, that they are falling down their mast everywhere, that only a couple of years ago, banks paid them the money they were owing. No tax, so no tax, so. Maybe they are collecting money from, what's it called, investors at the stock market now. Capital gains tax. No tax, so. Because any small thing like tax. Okay, they've rolled back down. No tax, so.
Okay, let me.
As regards that, but Rotus, you said something very important this morning. Do you know what's the population of the world now? 8 billion, I mean. Do you know Meta reaches about 4 billion people every month? So, out of every 2 people you see in the world, 1 will have engaged with any of the Meta app, be it Threads, Instagram, WhatsApp, Facebook. Now, what about?
Okay, I have a question for you because, like you've highlighted the fact that we need to fund healthcare. We need to fund a lot of sectors, a number of sectors: education, healthcare, infrastructure. Let me finish. And one of the biggest challenges of this administration is lack of revenue. Despite the fact that we've been announcing all these revenue achievements, we've not seen that translate to funding the budget. We're still running 3 budgets concurrently, and we have budget performance is very low.
That's right.
So what I'm asking then is just all these bank taxes that they collect money from our account. Where does it go to? It's a genuine concern for me because some people are considering closing their bank accounts. I know the bankers don't want to hear this, but it is a burden. I'll just open my phone, 100 naira deducted, 1 levy. I won't even be able to read it. What are they using?
Electronic transfer levy.
They will charge me at the point. Yes, they'll charge me at the point of.
God will judge you.
Wait, let me finish. They'll charge you at the point of transfer. Then 5 or 10 minutes later, another levy will come up and say that for the electronic transfer, break it down for me. Where's the money going to? I'm saying it truthfully because we hear all these profit before taxes from banks, very hefty profits. But the people are feeling the burden of it. Why is there no regulation around that? I said it's when we talk about taxes, it's the people that feel the burden and we don't see anything to show for it. So this is an address for the banks. They are killing us with the taxes and they want financial inclusion.
I have a response, but no time. Dr. Abati, please go right ahead.
Very quickly. Let's start by commending Business Day newspaper for having a special session. They called it Business Day Health Conference, focusing on affordability and accessibility to healthcare in Nigeria, which is a major issue. And what are the major issues identified at that conference? The fact that it's not about budget performance, it's even about budget allocation. Less than 5% is allocated to healthcare in budget, either 2024 or 2025. Now, they say a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. It is unfortunate that in Nigeria, in terms of emphasis, we don't pay enough attention to those life-transforming aspects of budget performance or governance, whether it is health or governance or education. So that conference tried to draw attention to that. Accessibility to health, the need for reform, the need for technology, the need to stem the tide of brain drain in the health sector. Most of our most capable medical personnel, they are leaving. This country has about 120 psychiatrists. Half of them are into politics. They are not available to provide the care because the whole health sector has been wrong-footed. So the solution that conference or the article you refer to now came up with tax for telcos. Well, I mean, naturally, as conservatives, nobody likes the tax man. Nobody is going to accept that we should be taxed more for making costs. The telcos are not providing excellent service. And in any case, there's this skepticism about the taxation regime in Nigeria. It's not about government getting more tax. It is what they do with it. You have government officials who are living conspicuously, and they seem to be more interested in their own personal lifestyles rather than the welfare of the people. That is what is responsible for the disconnect. As for the other details identifying the issues, yes, but I disagree that the solution is to tax the long-suffering masses of Nigeria with, additional taxation. Now, you started.
Doctors are still on strike. Just resident doctors are still on strike.
You started.
You're not part of the long-suffering masses. Without your birthday that you did.
No.
Whoever repeat the word.
The pandemic
with your
no,
bad empty pockets. I saw.
No.
And they were serving salmon like
I'm a suffering citizen.
Pandemic with empty pockets.
Yes, we are all in this together.
Hey, no,
we are all in this together. Now, the other issue you raised about the market, red from... now, many analysts have attached that to the bubble in the AI market.
Yep.
You know, the Dow Jones Industrial Average has gone down,
yep,
consistently. The S&P 500. And the argument is that because of the boom in AI and then the bubble that we have witnessed. And that has also affected speculations by investors about what the Federal Reserve is going to do, whether there will be a rate cut. It doesn't look so bright anymore, but those are the issues. The elevator, behavior that we see within the market space.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll be talking to Professor Anthony Killer, Director, Commonwealth Institute of Advanced and Professional Studies. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
You dey mind am? Me when I leave my house for Lagos, come go celebrate with her for Dallas. I reach there now, they take me make they go put me for one corner. Hey, me, I'm a boy. All for no cake globe trotter. Hey, even self the pilot then they announce say I dey for them flight now. And you know say one of them say come meet me. Tell me say make her come follow them sit down for cockpit. Make we fly the plane together. Sure. This na the third time today when Glow don't serve me. Oh. So you want make me come up for line now? Make you for wrong over your Glow Talk Master. Eh?
Free on Glow Talk Master. Talk for 6 minutes and get 6 minutes free. Plus 50 megabytes of data. Free. Dial *606 hash. 2,000 naira for new customers. 1,000 naira for voice. Plus 1,000 naira for data. Glow.
This is the story of MTN in Nigeria. Led by Nigerians with over 45% female leadership. Guided by our strategy, we continue to partner with relevant platforms, leveraging our profile as the most trusted and valued brand in Africa. We are driving digital and financial inclusion, supporting our communities and national priorities. We are proud to be the first telco to achieve over 82% coverage in 4G and the first to roll out 5G in Nigeria. We continue to deepen financial inclusion in underserved communities through our Momo agents and merchants. We are committed to ensuring that we provide through these platforms access at the fingertips of every Nigerian. Oh yes, we truly believe that everyone deserves the benefits of a modern connected life.
Officially welcome you all to the first day of the conference programming at African FNITCC 2025, presented by Fidelity Bank Nigeria.
I see in Lagos, Georgia, as a mutual destiny. Today, we're not just discussing policy, but forging partnership.
Fidelity Bank Nigeria has risen to be the #1 bank in non-oil export agric.
We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
In this life, it's what you do behind that shows in front.
Now we know. Give us the fire. Tell us more. It's Cosmo or nothing. Luxury or not. This is Cosmo.
That's why I roll with Cosmo deodorant.
No sweat, no stains, no odor.
Now you know.
Cosmo Roll-On Whitening Deodorant.
All day freshness, 7 days a week from GVS Cosmetics.
My name is Austin Azoko Kocha, but you all call me JJ. That's because I was so unstoppable, they named me twice. During my days as a professional footballer, I played as an attacking midfielder. No one could stop me, not even malaria, when mosquito bites. Now you too can be unstoppable if you use Lonat against malaria.
Lonat, a combination of Artemether and lumefantrine. Lonat, be unstoppable.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. It was all drama and chaos on Tuesday as two factions in the People's Democratic Party took over the party's headquarters in Abuja. The confrontation pitted the faction led by Governors Sheyi Makinde and Bala Mohammed against the group loyal to FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. The chaos escalated to the point that police fired multiple rounds of tear gas to disperse the fighting supporters. The crisis rocking the party took another fiery turn as the factional National Executive Committee loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, ratified the expulsion of Governors Sheyi Makinde of Oyo State, Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State, and Dauda Lawal of Zamfara State. The NEC also expelled former chairman of the Board of Trustees, Senator Adolphus Wabara, former national vice chairman of the party, Chief Olabode George, and the recently elected party national chairman, Kabiru Tanimu Turaki, SAN. The move comes just days after the controversial PDP National Convention held in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, last Saturday. We saw Wike and his loyalists expelled from the party. Joining us on this show to address the face-off between rival camps led by Turaki and Wike is Professor Anthony Killer, Director, Commonwealth Institute of Advanced and Professional Studies. Good morning, Professor Killer, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning, everybody. Good to be here.
Morning.
Okay, first, Professor Killer, our condolences on the passing of Mr. Dan Agbese at the age of 81, one of the principal members of the National League of Columnists, which you serve as secretary, and to all the other members of our tribe in that body. But now you are here to discuss People's Democratic Party and the crisis within that party. We all know the details, but what's your take? What is the implication for the democratic dispensation in Nigeria now that KTSAN says President Trump should come and save Nigeria? And also, you know, the concerns that have been expressed about the threat of the emergence of a one-party state in the face of the collapse of most of the opposition parties.
Well, thank you very much. I think, and you know, thank you for the mention of the late Dan Agbase. A great man is gone, and we are left with a lot of not so great people, starting from those we saw in the PDP headquarters. I think let us lay preamble to state that the reason why we're talking about the PDP this morning is not because we're of the PDP or against the PDP. It is because Those who respect institutions, love democracy, and understand what civility and civic sense is must have interest in having a vibrant, stable, and viable opposition. I think anybody, even in the presidency in Aso Rock today, who respects institutions and loves democracy will understand that the legitimacy of the government in power stems not just from votes or performance, but also from a viable opposition. To that extent, what happens to opposition in Nigeria is our business. That is why we're following it. Now, what we saw yesterday is a case of, one feels a pity there was no Yerima there. And that is why you've seen all those kind of chaos. I understand this morning that a lot of psychiatrists are not where they ought to be, they're in politics. It might be a good idea that INEC should include a law to say that every party should have an in-house psychiatrist to deal with issues of the party as well. What we saw there is a show of shame in terms of form and process. The content can be legitimate, but it underlines a flaw in Nigerian partisan political elite class. That is, normally, political parties are made up of people of like minds who are bounded together by a common shared purpose. The fact that these people can deploy police officers, thugs, and shouting and shoving, and resort to expelling and fighting one another shows you they're not like minds, they're not friends, they're not peers. They're people there to grab power. And this, I must say, today is the PDP, it could be anybody tomorrow. And we've seen that most political parties in Nigeria share these uncivilized, unbecoming, uninspiring traits. And I think we need to look at it as a system problem, not just as a PDP problem. In the PDP, there are people who are going different directions. Wike and those who follow him, for any reason in the world, they have their candidate already who they want to be president. That candidate is not in the PDP. I do not know why they should now be interested in the people who don't want that candidate. Now, I do not know why, but other people know why. I believe, and I want to be very clear here, I believe that it is legitimate for Minister Wike to say that he wants his party to support an APC president. But the way to go about it, I believe, is to have a proper conversation on the table to say, dear party, my name is Wisam Wike. I would want President Tinubu of the APC to be president. Please let us support him. And if the party agrees, then they support him. If they disagree, that will be a minority report. The governor for your state, Seyi Makinde, of whom I'm not a fan, I want you to be on record, spoke well yesterday when he says the issue on the table is that we do not want Nigeria to be a one-party state. So we are contributing to make sure there's a viable opposition. That, for me, is a very noble stance. The challenge now is to see how they can make that happen.
Thank you so much for your opening statement, Professor Keeler, and your take on the state of the opposition beyond the PDP. And I think that's a critical matter to address. But I also still want to center around the PDP. And the question has been whether or not the PDP would be able to survive this issue. They say that, yes, political parties have clashes, they have internal wranglings, and they are able to bounce back. Will the PDP be able to bounce back from this? And then, under the Tinubu administration, who is said to be a Democrat, what should be the position of the president based on his self-proclamation and people saying that he is a proponent of he's a Democrat to the core, he wants to see democracy thrive? Should this be happening under his watch, under his administration?
You see, I think I've had cause to say and write many times that of all arts and trade that man has invented, politics is the saddest. You do not expect politicians in times of contest to be objective, fair, and seek justice. If they say so, it's just mouth service. The president and those very near to him do not have interest in truly having a PDP or any opposition that is viable enough to contend with them. The best they can do is that for institutional reasons, they make sure the party exists on paper and they do not use state force against them. But in reality, and I want to speak like adults here, in reality, deep down, they want the opposition party to be weak. The burden of having an opposition party, it is not, and you see, I want to be very clear about this thing. It is not the burden of president or burden of government. It is the burden of those who are in opposition to present a platform that those devoid of federal power can have the gravitas, the aspiration and the inspiration to attract people, to show them that they're a viable alternative, an alternative that can meet the present need of the people by providing ideas and dream, and that can show them that if a better future is possible with them. You see, unfortunately, our politicians have taken the shortcut. Instead of providing ideas, they're providing palliative. Instead of providing alternative, they provide conspiracy and backstabbing and name-calling. This is the price we pay when we lower the standard. An opposition should be a vibrant place where people can dream and explore themselves. It should be a place where you go to discuss how to reduce tax, how to provide alternative ways of governing. It should be a market of ideas. But as you can see, all the argument we have is rarely about idea and mostly about people and position. Gossips, it has turned to, personal interest. And therein lies the problem. Those who want to lead opposition should, regardless of the government's stance and interest, be able to forge an alliance that is capable of standing to government. The forefathers, the true fathers of this republic did it against the military. The military did not want the civil society to stand. They did not want democracy to stand. And some people were committed enough to make it happen. Okay. This is the battle for this generation to be able to do that.
Okay. Professor Pella, Professor Killer, with due respect, you were saying ideas interchange in opposition. They don't do that here. It's indali. That's what they're dancing here. Hey, indali. That's the kind of You think that the political class should be taken seriously. Those are a bunch of clowns in Nigeria. Let me come to the point. Apart from idealism and everything, the question is, you spoke about the military. Do you know why things were better in the military, Prof? Because we had a judicial system that stood tall. We had the judiciary. In this regard, the judiciary too is also part of the mess. How can you explain in a judges' conference they played "On Your Mandate We Shall Stand" while judges were standing up? So the judiciary is part of it.
There is.
Look at the Labour Party. Despite Supreme Court judgment, the problem has not been solved. Others Supreme Court, they are still going to other courts. Wike cannot do all he's doing without the say-so of the powers that be. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. Who gave Wike the kind of police he brought there yesterday? Is it that the entitlement of an FCT minister with that kind of police? So what are we saying? Can you speak to all these points? The country is on its knees.
It's a big shame. It's a big shame, Rufai. You're very right. It's a big shame. And, and let me actually say very clearly, without being misunderstood, I want to face the camera and say, my name is Anthony Killer, and I say shame. Shame on all those PDP people who have provided us with the spectacle that is disgracing of Nigeria, that debases what we call leadership, that does not give children what to aspire to, or at least give them a negative thing. It's a show of shame, round. You see, the judiciary, for somebody who studied law and does not practice it, I look at the judiciary in awe with respect that they deserve. But they are not helping matters. There's no other way to put it. Going to that conference and singing a known party song is a shameful act. And it doesn't matter if it's one person that sang it. I spoke to a friend of mine who's a judge, a very senior judge yesterday, and he said to me, "Oh, what do you want me to do? Should I stand up and gag them?" And I said, yes. Somebody in that room should have had the courage, the clarity of mind and the courage of voice to stand up and say, no, don't do this here. Even just to wave their hand to say, no, stop this. That would have been a place in history for them. It is not enough for them to have it in their mind. Let me say that there were some people in that room, Rufai, that did not agree with that. Not because they don't like APC or they don't like the president, but they understand the respect for institutions. But for the rest of them that allowed it, it's a wrong thing. My advice to the bench and the bar is this: be very careful. Partisan politics generally, and in particular in Nigeria, corrupt, intoxicate, and weakens you. The more incursion, the more familiarity, the more active the bench and the bar is with politics, the less authoritative they become. There's a negative correlation. The bench, and I want to appeal directly here to the Chief Justice of Nigeria, this should be a turning point. As from today, I advise the Chief Judges of Nigeria to champion a cause to re-strengthen the judiciary. The judiciary has to be independent and be seen to be independent. Our cases in court has to be consistent in judgment. We should find a way to eradicate shopping for judgment. There's a simple way to do it. I can donate an app in which all cases will be entered. And anytime somebody brings a case that is already before any court, the new court to which it is brought, in front of whom that case is brought, will see that this case has already been discussed and there should be consistency in judgment. Anything outside that is a travesty of justice. It took a young man to quell violence. It's unfortunate that governors and party leaders, in the absence of a Yerima, could not do better yesterday.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Anthony Killer, for joining us. Well, the PDP crisis you are talking about, maybe they should have invited Lieutenant Yerima to the occasion to stop the wicked group by just saying, I'm not a fool, sir, but you cannot have access. But thank you very much. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll be talking to Dr. Bumi Adeniro, an author and parenting coach. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Mealtime is game on. Meet my SureBet Game Changer, made from natural ingredients to deliver game-changing chicken aroma and taste for my whole team. Upgrade your chicken game with game-changing chicken flavor from Maggi Chicken.
For over 2 decades, we've poured our hearts and resources into life-changing initiatives across the nation. With education shaping new possibilities, healthcare bringing hope and healing. Good doesn't inspire from a distance. It comes from removing the everyday obstacles faced by real people. And economic empowerment driving growth. So when we help lift one, they have the power to lift others too. Our story isn't written in boardrooms, it's woven in the lives that we touch. As we take steady steps, let's turn them into giant strides together.
Emergencies happen when you least expect them to. It gets worse when you are cash-strapped. No need to despair. First Advance has you covered. You can get that urgent cash right now on First Advance. With First Advance, salary earners can get up to 50% of their salary. No hassles. As long as you earn a monthly salary and your salary account has been active for at least 2 months. It doesn't matter if you run a salary account with First Bank or any other bank. Just dial *894*11# or simply dial *894# on your mobile phone. What's more, when you open a First Bank salary account, you can enjoy 0 charges and free debit card issuance. Download the First mobile app on Play Store or App Store today. Log in to experience First Bank digital banking. Select loans, select First Advance, and follow the prompts to receive your loan. Don't let that urgent need get the best of you. Get First Advance now. It's as simple as dialing *894*11#. First Advance. Fast, convenient, secure. You first. First Bank.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. In a period where conversations about mental health, family roles and gender balance are becoming more open, International Men's Day 2025 serves as an important reminder of what men and boys experience every day. Over time, it's grown into a space that not only appreciates their contributions, but also highlights the challenges they often don't talk about. International Men's Day is celebrated to recognize the positive value that men like Dr. Abati and Rufai Oseni bring to the family, community, and society. It is annually celebrated on November 19 and encourages conversations about men's health, social roles, and challenges. It reminds us to catalyze a more inclusive and empathetic society for the well-being of all boys and men. The role men play, shielding their loved ones and carrying the burden of many, is something that doesn't go unnoticed. Joining us on the show to celebrate the impact our men continue to make in our society is Dr. Bumi Adeniran, an author and parenting coach. Good morning, Dr. Adeniran, and welcome to the morning show.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Bless you.
All right, excellent.
Dr. Adeniran, it's very interesting that you know, we have a female guest to talk about International Men's Day. So I imagine that you will celebrate men.
I do. I do. I love men a lot.
Precisely my point. I would like you to be very transparent and be very accountable. Tell us what you know about us men from your experience, including personal experience.
No problem.
You know, what your observations are about men, and whether men are lovely, and you know, from the personal to the general.
Okay.
Please be transparent.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abati. Men are great. Good men are excellently great. I love men a lot because
you love men.
I love men a lot.
Translate.
Without men, there will not be children, actually, whether we want to believe it or not. Men are great for the family, for the community, for the nation. We need men, and men have tried, and they've been less celebrated because we have relegated their role into school fees provider, house provider, shelter provider. And I believe men are more than that. The impact and the positive value that men bring into our homes is what shapes the country, what shapes the nations, what shapes the world. If a father is missing in a home, you can tell. You can tell on the children, you can tell. Even on the mothers, you can tell. We need somebody to balance us. So I do celebrate men. Today being International Men's Day, I belong to a community that wants to recognize men. We're having something for men at the end of this week. I wish today was Saturday. We would have done it today. We're having something that wants to give a Best Dad award to men.
I hope Dr. Abati is a nominee.
You don't nominate without us asking you questions. Why is Dr. Abati the best dad in the world. I know, he's a lovely man.
He's a good dad.
But he's a good, well, let the children say that.
You're right, absolutely.
You are not his child.
You're right, you're
So
right.
we'll be asking children questions to talk about their dad. Talk about your daddy. Why do you think your dad is the best dad? And as much as we know that men are not being celebrated, we want to bring in a way to help our men that are not meeting the standard of being a good man, to how they can be a good man in their home. It's going to be happening at KICC Prayer Dome. Just come with your wives. If you come alone as a man, who will nominate you? You can't nominate yourself. So come as a family. Bring that, Dr. Abati. Please come with that daughter and that guy that can say you are a best dad. Then you get the award.
All right, let me toot Dr. Bati's horn a little bit. You talk about his daughter. Dr. Bati has a scholar as a daughter. First class brain. A lawyer, Oxford trained. First class from the first. So it's not. So just to say, and he's very big on education. So one of the best legacies he's giving to his children is the gift of education, and they have done him proud. See his smile. If you want to get Dr. Bati, just his children. I mean, just get his children.
Well, that's a good guy.
So you should go with your daughter. Let her nominate you for training her up.
The time that currency went up,
we calculating. Okay, let's not give you all the secrets. But
doesn't sleep over.
Yes, absolutely, and it's important because for men like Dr. Bati, other men like my husband, that are great fathers, great men. I think it's important that we.
He's a great dad, by the way.
Okay, let me ask my question, Rufi. They're excited. We don't get to celebrate the men often, and all the men who are watching out there, we hope that you feel celebrated. The theme for this year is celebrating men and boys. Very basic, very straight to the point. But I think importantly is the attention on positive role models, as well as a focus on mental health for men. And I love that you talk about the fact that we don't, we have like 100 Women's Day in a year, and there's nothing wrong with it. I believe it should even be more.
I think there's something wrong with it if we don't have any for our men.
So let me ask my question. So yes, we have a lot for the men, for the women, and finally this one day. That's why it was important for us to highlight it, because we keep getting accused of the women having so many days. But talking about this celebration, I love the idea behind it. What inspired it? Why, as a woman, did you choose to take? Because I know a lot of women choose, do women program, bringing women together to empower them. Why did you choose to focus on the men? You say it's happening on Saturday.
Yes.
Why did you choose to focus on the men? What's your reason, and what would you be doing on the day to celebrate the men and make them feel special?
When I was born out of wedlock, and I didn't really have a biological dad. But I was fortunate enough to marry an excellent God-given husband. So I can see a shift in the way I relate with life after getting married to a man that is the head of my head, my home, and everything. And now the owner of the money on my head. Let me translate it. And how he modeled our children to be men, our men, and even our daughter to be a good daughter. So that inspired it. And being a parenting coach, I think if we celebrate only women and relegate men all the time, eventually men will not want to do anything anyway. They'll be like, well, they don't appreciate what I do. So that is what inspired it.
That's very good.
That's very good. So I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
In the midst of all the brouhaha, we saw some cases recently of a senator that married a young woman, and it's been back and forth. Drug use allegation here and there. In the midst of what goes on in our public life, we saw what transpired in the PDP yesterday. In the midst of what is happening in our political life and every area of our life, children being had out of, wedlock and the likes and all of those things. I'd like to ask you, what makes a good man?
The thing that makes a good man is presence. You have to be present in the home. You have to be present in the life of the child. I don't mean you have to pay school fees. School fees is good, don't get me wrong. I don't need you have to buy your house in Banana Island or Lekki or whatever. You can even live in my village, Abeokuta, and still be a good man. Why? Because you are present. You are, to parent a child, you are monitoring from talking to walking to homework to soccer practice to whether you're a Muslim, to mosque, whether you're a Christian, to church. You are monitoring those things. And you yourself, you are sound-minded. That's what makes a good man, because you cannot give what you don't have. Okay. If you're not sound-minded, you cannot give your children sound mind.
Okay, Doctor.
Yes, sir.
How do we create better men? How do we turn good men into better men? You talked about sons. Many of the sons we're bringing up now, their mothers tend to pay more attention to the girls, and the boys are just there. And then these boys, you know, and nobody teaches marriage in schools. Nobody teaches how to be a better father or a better husband in schools. And you are a parenting coach. How do you address the challenge of mothers paying attention to their sons so that they can be better men, even better than their fathers?
I said earlier that whatever you don't have, you don't give. As a woman, recognize the man you married and portray that man to your children as a father, not as a school fees payer. And when you are raising your children, you can't emphasize on girls alone, because that boy that you didn't raise is going to be somebody's husband, and it's going to create chaos. How do you do that? When you are cooking, allow your boys and your girls to stay in the kitchen. When you are talking about finances, involve your boys and your girls. When you are talking about respecting women, respecting men, respecting authority, respecting the law of the land, teach both genders. Don't be gender biased.
All right. All right. All right, thank you so much, ma'am. We're out of time, and I thank you for doing this. The question Dr. Abati asked is very instructive, because we look at the society. If I talked about the politicians we see today, they're both men and women, and they are raised in a home. People, someone, my producer, I mean, I'll say what he said, but, you know, there are people that are being raised by, you know, in a home. So when we catch them young, we're able to also build a society that will be proud of.
A better one.
Yes. So next, is your event open to everybody to attend Saturday?
The event is free. You can come. There's food, there's snacks, and there is Best Dad Award.
Excellent. All right.
For people like Dr. Abatiani.
Rufai is a dad to many. He has adopted children, so we celebrate that. He does a lot of outreach for children.
Please,
so we celebrate you all, and we celebrate our daddy here at Arise, Prince Unduka Obaigwera. And we celebrate Ikenna, our producer. All the men, we celebrate you. Thank you. And talking about our next segment, we're going into sports. Well, your husband played for the Nigerian national team, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Bumi Adiniro. We're really grateful to have had you today. And once again, happy International Men's Day to all the men out there. We look forward to raising boys who become men that can rule and lead alongside the women across Nigeria and, of course, across the world. Time for a short break now. When we return, Ebi Iyomon, who is in Rabat, Morocco, will be giving us global sports updates. Stay with us.
Hi, baby girl. Hello. I know. I've missed you.
Why text when you can talk? With Glow Talk Master 646. You get all the time you need to catch up with friends and loved ones. Free with Glow Talk Master. Talk for 6 minutes and get 6 minutes free. Plus 50 MB data. Simply dial *606#. New Glow subscribers also enjoy an extra 2,000 Naira data and airtime welcome bonus. That's right. Every time you make up to 6 minutes of calls in a day, you get 6 free minutes plus 50 MB data. Simply dial *606# now to enjoy Glow Talk Master. That's right. 50 MB free data to connect and share as you please.
Progress no dey happen just like that. It dey come from support when you need help.
Mommy, I got the school fees. You too much.
Na money point. Oh.
Money point, thank you.
Customer, na transfer, Abi. Confirm.
Bro, na transfer.
Na money point, Oga. Oh, na confirm.
Progress na peace of mind when you know say payment go land as Sure Banker. Progress na small win wey dey carry person go far.
No worry, yourself go make am. Mogo Bible.
Victor, even you they use money point?
Of course now, they use money point.
Confirm.
Money Point, made for your progress.
Hello, Nigerians. Your dream of owning a home is closer than ever. The federal government, through the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, has launched the Ministry of Finance Incorporated Real Estate Investment Fund, AMRIF, designed to make home ownership a reality for everyday Nigerians. With AMRIF, you can secure mortgage at a fixed rate of 9.75% per annum, repayable over up to 20 years. Even better, you only need to contribute 10% of the property value as your deposit. That means the house you've always wanted could be yours sooner than you think. This opportunity is open to all Nigerians at home and abroad, and to developers building quality housing. Don't wait. Visit www.mreif.com.ng today to sign up or walk into any of the participating banks. AMRIF, your path to home ownership. This fund is managed by ARM Investment Managers.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. For updates on sports stories across the globe, AB Inyomon is joining us on this very important day. Today is Decision Day. CAF Awards later on. AB, good morning. How are you today?
I'm doing fine. Good morning. Good morning, Rufai. And good morning, Dr.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. So I said today's Decision Day, we get to find out who the big winners at the CAF Awards will be. What's it looking like? Yesterday you reviewed. I don't know if you've seen anybody yet arrive. Have you seen the venue? What's going on with regards to that? Preparations for tonight?
Well, I love preparations. Here in Morocco, as Morocco dominates every major category of the award. Last night, there was a friendly game here in Morocco between Morocco and Uganda, which Morocco dominated before the victory. And you can see the joy, especially with the new stadium, knowing that they have a lot of footballers and even coaches and all competing to win the awards. And what's important to note is that for the men's category that has Achraf Hakimi, Mohamed Salah, and Victor Osimhen will not be in attendance because he's returned to the Galatasaray to do MRI scan on his hamstring. If you recall that he had an injury after the first half of the game against DR Congo. But what it's looking like is that it's majorly going to be a dominance from the Moroccan side, even looking at the goalkeeper, that's the men's goalkeeper of the year award from Yasin Bonu, who also put up a spectacular show last night. Achraf Hakimi, who will be arriving today. And we also have other people out there. Hopefully, Nigeria clinches the Women's Player of the Year award. That's Rasheedat Ajibade, amongst others. And away from that, there were a lot of qualifiers that took place last night. And we saw so many more nations qualify for the 2026 World Cup. But we start from the small teams. Curaçao became the smallest team ever to qualify for the World Cup. A population that has an estimated 156,000 people gained qualification after getting a 0-0 draw against Jamaica. And also we had Haiti getting a qualification as well. You can see the emotions from the Haitian players what's important to note is that of all the World Cup qualifying games they played, none were played in their home ground because of the issues they had at home. But against all of them, they went out to get a victory and qualify for the World Cup. Also had Panama qualifying for the World Cup. Spain qualified after getting a 2-2 draw against Turkey, and also had Scotland qualifying for the World Cup. And as it stands, the team that will be playing the Interconfederations playoff in March have been confirmed, and there are 6 countries that will play that playoff. And the countries are DR Congo, Iraq, Jamaica, Suriname, Bolivia, and New Caledonia. They will all contest for a spot, and only 2 teams will get a slot to the 2026 World Cup. Well, that's all from the sports day.
That could have been Nigeria. Pay me shout. That could have been Nigeria. Because if we had gone through Congo, that would have been easy peasy lemon squeezy. Played Iraq, probably played Jamaica. Probably would have just picked up the ticket. And you said Curacao qualified, small nation, less than Aja. A nation that is less than Aja in population qualified for World Cup. But you here, we can't do it. NFF Wahala, everything. After I'll be singing Dolly. Oh God.
All right. So on the NFF, I saw a post made by them apologizing to Nigerians.
They should apologize to themselves.
But I think beyond an apology, what Nigerians demand is a full investigation and, where necessary, a total overhaul of the NFF. We cannot, as a footballing nation, as we claim, miss the World Cup 2 consecutive times. It's a shame to the NFF, and I believe that beyond an apology, what we want to understand is who are the people that withheld the allowances for the players in such a way that they went on the strike just before an important game in Morocco? Who were the people that didn't, that orchestrated the fact that they did not have the necessary equipment or necessary funds required for them? I learned that President Tinubu, as you mentioned, I think Aaron also mentioned that President Tinubu had paid the allowances, and in fact I heard that he paid them with a promise that if they did well, they would get even more, and paid the supporters club. And if you watch that match, you would hear that we had a good support team follow the Nigerian team to for that match. But unfortunately, what happened. So let's get an investigation, not just an apology, and let there be consequences as well.
In Proverbs chapter 22, verse 29, the Bible tells us, seest thou a man that is diligent in his work, he will stand among kings, he will not sit with mean men. Yesterday, Cristiano Ronaldo was in the White House to eat jollof rice and pepper soup with, kings, having accompanied the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia on a state visit to the White House. That's Mohammed bin Salman, and Cristiano Ronaldo was there. I think that should be some news for the sports community, even if that event was colored with complete hypocrisy on the part of Donald Trump, who was grinning from ear to ear, fist bumping with Mohammed bin Salman, who was indicted in a 2021 report by the United States Intelligence in the killing of Jamal Khashoggi in the Istanbul consulate of Saudi Arabia. But international politics is about hypocrisy. And that's why at the end of the day, when Saudi Arabia says, we are bringing $1 trillion to come and invest in the US, the life of a journalist becomes very unimportant. And I guess that there's a lesson there also for journalists. CAF Awards today, we understand that Victor Osimhen is not going to be there. He's going to take some medical knee scan today. Could that be because Osimhen already knows that he may not win? But we'll wait for a possible surprise. Scotland is going to the World Bank for the first time in 28 years. And that's remarkable. Having beaten Denmark yesterday, 4-2. Well, thank you very much, Ebi. Enjoy Morocco. It's an exciting country. It's time now for a short break. When we return, Oji Okwe will be here with details on what's trending. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
is the story of MTN in Nigeria. Led by Nigerians with over 45% female leadership. Guided by our strategy, we continue to partner with relevant platforms, leveraging our profile as the most trusted and valued brand in Africa. We are driving digital and financial inclusion, supporting our communities and national priorities. We are proud to be the first telco to achieve over 82% coverage in 4G and the first to roll out 5G in Nigeria. We continue to deepen financial inclusion in underserved communities through our Momo agents and merchants. We are committed to ensuring that we provide through these platforms access at the fingertips of every Nigerian. Oh yes, we truly believe that everyone deserves the benefits of a modern connected life.
In most parts of the world, girl child are not recognized in a family. I hope all this problem holding down a girl child did not hold me down.
The idea behind the project is to identify schools that we think the parents are not economically empowered to sponsor their children to schools.
In demonstration of our commitment to reducing that number, we've come here today to provide some of the essentials that we believe would help the children in school. We worked with different schools in 5 states across the country, and we reached out to 15,000 children.
I want to be a food scientist, and Polaris Bank is helping me realize this dream. I'm perfectly excited.
In the beating heart of Owerri, business never sleeps. From sunrise to sundown, the wheels keep turning. And behind the scenes, vision meets action. Governor Hope Uzodimma's leadership has turned manifestos into reality, transformations that feels like a miracle. But progress needs peace, and in Imo, it's not left to chance. From land to sky to river deep, Guardians are watching, protecting dreams and opportunity. At Orashi's quiet shore, hydropower is rising, set to energize a growing economy. The change is visible. New roads emerge, industry hums, communities come alive. At the center, a digital revolution. 500,000 young minds trained each year to build the future. As Orashi rises, so does Imo and the hopes of a hard-working people. A new Imo is on the rise.
I'm filled with pride as we gather tonight to celebrate the 2025 Icon Gala honorees.
Being an icon is about service. It's about resilience and leaving space for others to rise. I accept this award not just for myself, but for every single African and diasporic creative daring to dream big.
We are the libraries they tried to burn.
Lifetime achievement. Deepens.
Africa is not just the future, but Africa is right now.
OON, the trailblazing Managing Director and CEO of Fidelity Bank PLC.
We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Arewa Consultative Forum ACF at 25. Arewa Consultative Forum ACF cordially invites the general public to its 25th anniversary celebration and launching of ACF Endowment Fund. Chairman of the occasion, His Excellency General Yakubu Gawan, GCFR, PhD, former head of state. Special guest of honor, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Keynote speaker, Dr. Aliko Dangote, GCON, Chairman, Dangote Group of Companies. Chief Launcher, Alhaji Abdul Samad Isyaku Rabiu, CFR. Royal Father of the Day, Alhaji Dr. Muhammad Saad Abubakar, CFR, MNI, Sultan of Sokoto. Host Governor, His Excellency Senator Ubasani, CON, Executive Governor of Kaduna State. Date, Saturday 22nd November 2025. Venue, Umar Musa Yar'Adua Hall, Murtala Muhammad Square, Kaduna. You are all cordially invited. Announcer, Alhaji Murtala M. Aliyu, Matawallan Gombe, Secretary General, ECF.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. Joining us now with stories trending around the world is Oji Okpe. And Oji, today is International Men's Day. And like Dr. Adinero, I know you love and respect men.
I love and respect men, absolutely. Happy International Men's Day to you both. I mean, I love the way we celebrate you men. You guys are fantastic. Happy great woman being in the middle of, what can I say? I have to also acknowledge you. Why not? Don't mind them. But we'll celebrate their implications. Absolutely. Of course, happy International Men's Day to, male viewers and, of course, the chairman, the Duke, Prince Nduka Obaigbena. Well, good morning to you, viewers. Let's begin what's trending, focusing on reactions, trailing the dramatic chaos that erupted at the People's Democratic Party headquarters in Abuja on Tuesday. Police fired tear gas to disperse rival factions battling for control of the opposition party after both the Nyesom Wike-backed group and the newly elected National Working Committee, led by Kabiru Turkai, scheduled parallel meetings for the same day. The flashpoint came when the camp of FCT Minister Nyesom Wike arrived at the PDP headquarters, triggering violent clashes that sent politicians and journalists scampering for safety as supporters clashed outside Wadata Plaza. Let's take a look.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh my God. This was so disgraceful. Well, the PDP alleged that security operatives shot some of their members. I mean, this is quite a shocking revelation. Meanwhile, in a stunning appeal, the national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Kabiru Tamiu Turaki, publicly called the U.S. President Donald Trump to intervene and save democracy in Nigeria. Speaking to journalists after gaining access to the PDP Secretariat, Turaki stated that what is at stake is not just genocide against Christians in Nigeria, but that democracy is under threat. Let's take a look.
I want to call on President Trump. What is at stake is not just genocide against Nigerian Christians. He should come and save democracy in Nigeria. Democracy is under threat. I'm calling on all other developed nations, all advanced democracies, come and save Nigeria. Come and save democracy. Because I cannot understand how a serving minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria will be leading talks, armed talks, and then with the active connivance or support of the police to come and create mayhem here. I have said it, we are willing to lay down our lives to protect our office, to protect our democracy, to protect our mandate. So Nigerians, you are watching what is happening. International community, you are seeing the threat that Nigerian democracy is. Come and save us. Come and save us.
Dr. Aki's appeal has sparked fresh controversy about whether opposition leaders crossing sovereignty lines undermines or strengthens Nigeria's democracy. Let me take some reactions. Rosie wrote on X. And you wonder why Trump called Nigeria a disgrace. What is this person trying to say? Before forget sentimental, just look at this nonsense. This country has totally lost its trajectory. Everything is on autopilot. What you are seeing are the early warnings and signs of a failing state. God help us all. Another ex-user wrote, if Nigerian leaders, especially politicians from the APC, PDP, LP, ADC, and every other party invested even half of the passion, energy, and resources they pour into protecting their political positions, into protecting the Nigerian people, this country would be miles ahead. But the tragedy is clear. Our leaders fight harder for power than they fight for citizens. They mobilize overnight when their interests are threatened, yet move painfully slow when the masses are crying for security, jobs, healthcare, and dignity. Nigeria is not lacking potential. Wallahi, it is suffering from leadership that prioritizes party survival over people's survival until our politicians begin to place the lives of citizens above the logos of their parties. True progress will remain a slogan instead of a reality. We have seen these stories, but for me, it just smacks of insult at this point for this sort of thing to be happening at this critical time in our polity. Your thoughts?
Earlier on, I'd said it was a show of shame.
Yes.
A number of people had said it's a showdown, it's Wahala and Wadata, a number of things. But I also believe that this is a massive distraction from the real issues belaboring the nation at this time. This is, we pointed out that the PDP chairman, Turaki, is from Kebbi State. This is Kebbi State, where 25 young girls have just been killed. Yes, they're not the government in power. The APC is the government in power, and they're the ones that have the responsibility as entrusted in them by the Nigerian people to ensure the security of lives and property. But as an opposition, this is where we need to hear their voices loud and clear, either providing solution, checking the government on the day, empathizing with the people, doing their own part in building the nation. But what do we see? What matters to them, or what is priority to them, which is political power, dominance, who is who. And in doing that, there was just a massive show of shame, a waste of resources, of taxpayers' money. People pay the police their salary. I hope we know this. But instead, rather than them do the work that they've been commissioned to do, we see them protecting one heavyweight or the other, and ensuring that one party or the other does not have the higher hand. It is an insult to the uniform that they wear, quite frankly, whereby we're using them as political ammunition in a political fight such as this. Can we have the men act as adults? And I'm sorry I say men, it's International Men's Day, but that's why we need to emphasize on raising, even right from the family units, raising men that can become great leaders in the future, raising people, men and women, that can become great leaders. But that aside, just to mention that the PDP ought to get its business together. And then I will end on this note. This is also happening under the administration and government of a man who is said to be a true Democrat. Democracy thrives where we have vibrant opposition, not to just keep attacking the government of the day, but to provide ideas, rich ideas, conversations, to be supported by an ideology, and for opposition to thrive. We must have a government that is not seen to want to stifle the voice of dissent or to kill the voice of the opposition. And so that's why I want to call on President Tinubu as a true Democrat. Wike is a minister under his administration, so he has the powers to at least bring him under control, if I can use that word. But also even the police and the state, members of the state, to ensure that they also are impartial and acting within the capacity of what they were hired to do. So I believe that under this administration, under a democracy is actually failing before our very eyes, and that's quite a shame.
Complete disgrace. Well, meanwhile, amid the PDP crisis, Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed brought a cultural touch to the party headquarters. Traditional dances performed at Wadata Plaza, offering a brief respite, I guess, from the political tensions gripping the opposition party. Let's take a look. Dr. Mati, over to you.
Again, I refer to Donald Trump, who says Nigerians always think serious matters are opportunities for skit making and for comedy. This is not the time for the People's Democratic Party to go a-dancing. This is a moment for the People's Democratic Party to go a-sorrowing. In other words, this is not the occasion for dance or comedy, because what is happening is that the party that was once described as the largest political party in the whole of Africa, with some of its members boasting that they will be in power for 50 years, has imploded. And it's in a serious crisis. How to resolve that crisis is what is important. Because as a major opposition party in Nigeria, it has a role to play, not just in terms of looking for power, but also in terms of the prospects of national stability. What they have done in the PDP simply is to achieve the objectives of the APC, to hand over, as I said yesterday, a second term on a platter of gold to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and let nobody come after the 2027 election and say, oh, they rigged the election. The election has already been won and lost. Even the Labour Party headquarters is no longer functioning because there's crisis between Nenadi Usman and Julius Abure. The PDP is also not functioning. Now, is this good for democracy? Many people will not think so. Number two is that the role of the police at the PDP Secretariat yesterday has to be investigated, both by the Inspector General of Police himself and also by higher authorities, because it's a situation where you now rent a police. Nigerians have always complained about this, that you can hire a police to serve the police to serve any purpose. The PDP will say it's factionalized. Is it that the Nigerian police is also factionalized in terms of maintaining law and order? So this must be investigated, and whoever is behind, that ugly conduct of the Nigerian police must be sanctioned. Finally, in Acts of the Apostles, chapter 16, verse 9, the Apostle Paul had a vision of a call from Macedonia, where a man appeared to Apostle Paul, and he told him, come to Macedonia and help us. What KTSAN did at the Secretariat of the PDP yesterday was a Macedonian call, calling on Donald Trump to come and save democracy in Nigeria. Right. And I think that this is not the divine calling of Apostle Paul. This is, a call that we do not support. Nigeria is a sovereign country, and we should not reinforce the thinking, the belief, the assumption that Donald Trump is the international policeman of the world. That will be strengthening his delusional behavior in international politics. Right. If democracy is to be saved in Nigeria, it is only Nigerians themselves that can save their democracy by having a proper credible electoral system, and by the politicians behaving like gentlemen who are committed to the progress of Nigeria and not to their personal ambition. You want another
no, it's enough fun for this morning. Well, talking about democracy being saved, well, Piers Morgan has released the much-anticipated segment of Uncensored, featuring Nigeria's Foreign Affairs Minister, Yusuf Tuga. The explosive interview, which also featured former Canadian MP Goldie Gamari and Reverend Ezekiel Dachamo, saw Minister Tuga mount an aggressive defense, challenging international reports on the scale of Christian killings and church burnings in Nigeria. The minister dismissed widely circulated figures as completely and totally inaccurate and false, insisting that media fact checkers have examined the numbers and found them grossly inflated. Let's take a look.
Over the last 2 years, there have been 52 churches, depending on which region, again, you are referring to, because there are different regions in Nigeria. Since the last 5 years, the attacks, not destroyed, attacks on churches, 102.
How many Christians have been murdered in Nigeria since 2009?
Since over the last 5 years, I can categorically tell you that 177 have been killed. And it does not mean that the killing.
But you said to me. You said to me earlier. You said to me earlier you did. Yeah, but hang on. Hang on. Foreign Minister, with respect.
Muslims. They are not necessarily Muslims.
Here's what's happening in Nigeria is jihad. It's the exact same thing that happened on October 7 by Islamists when they broke into Israel and murdered Jews, yelling Allahu Akbar. It's the exact same thing that ISIS terrorists did to the Yazidis in Iraq. It's the exact same thing that happened in Lebanon. Here's the only difference between what's happening today in Nigeria versus what happened 1,400 years ago when the Muslim Arab invaders came to Persia is that back then people did not have cameras, but today they do. It is 100% jihad. We've seen it before. This is how the Islamist playbook always happens. Right now, you have a Muslim president, and then they decided to choose a Muslim vice president. And so there is actually no Christian representation in the Islamist government. I was a politician for 7 years, Pierce, and I can tell when someone is lying and avoiding the truth. That's exactly what this foreign minister is doing, and shame on him for lying.
Let me tell you, there's a genocide in Nigeria.
All right, this is an explosive interview, Rufai. I mean, but I was quite shocked when I heard the figure. 177 Christians have been killed in 5 years. That's what, according to the Foreign Affairs Minister. Quite shocking.
I dare him.
Quite shocking. I mean, there are reports. We've seen reports everywhere.
I challenge him to bring that where he got that data from. He didn't cite the source. It's not true.
Well, all right.
That data is not true. It's porkies.
For you to speak. Meanwhile, global superstar Nicki Minaj gave an address at the United Nations headquarters supporting President Donald Trump's claims that Christians are being persecuted in Nigeria. In her speech, Minaj blatantly stated that Christians in Nigeria are being targeted and families have been torn apart. She also called for urgent action while stressing that this issue is not about taking sides or dividing people, but about uniting humanity. Let's take a look.
In Nigeria, Christians are being targeted, driven from their homes, and killed. Churches have been burned. Families have been torn apart, and entire communities live in fear constantly, simply because of how they pray. And I want to be clear. Protecting Christians in Nigeria is not about taking sides or dividing people. It is about uniting humanity.
This is about uniting humanity. And this is the reason why we keep highlighting the story, so that it can be tackled properly. But those statistics that the foreign minister reeled out on that show was quite painful to hear, Rufai.
Even me.
Yes.
Ashamed for Nigeria, ashamed for Tuga. Foreign minister of my country, go out there, you don't get facts, you don't get data.
The 200 people that were killed just the other day from Yelwata, 200, and the 500 that Dachomo showed us,
he said
that's 700 already.
What about the Christmas Eve killings?
Yeah.
You know, Amnesty reported that over 1,000 people were killed in the Christmas Eve killings. Okay, let's even say conservative number, let's say about 300, as reported by some people in that Christmas killings. You say 177, but it shows. The next thing, you are trying to put down the woman and saying all sorts. The woman was right. When we're talking about Muslim tickets, didn't people make noise? Didn't the likes of Buala say that was why he left the APC there? Has he not gone back the AP to the APC now? It's not going to show a level of balancing. And Tuga kept on talking about Sudan. The reason for the problem of Sudan, apart from the artisan problem in the south, when the north and the south was fighting because of minerals and other things that John Garang helped liberate, is that there are two independent warlords. In South Sudan, you have Riek Machar and Salva Kiir fighting. In the northern part of Sudan, after the exits of Umar al-Bashir from the scene, you have Ameti and al-Burnham, two top military generals fighting each other for the power of the country. So it's got nothing, to do, and you're trying to relate it to, don't turn Nigeria into Sudan. You see, all of this narrative, please, I'm just saying get your facts right. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Get your facts right. And for, real quickly, the police officers that they used for all of the back and forths, let me just remind them in the words of another police officer when Wike and Yerima had an altercation. One police officer called the military man in the corner and said, please, don't die in their war. These men are big men. No.
That's Dele Faroti.
I just want to advise the police, don't die in their war. They are big men. They will settle themselves. But it's very sad. Look at the killings that have been happening in this country. I challenge the minister's rhetoric and his numbers.
Yes.
This is very... So you couldn't call National Bureau of Statistics and get data.
This is,
he
appeared to have been reading from
at least they should bring it out.
A piece of
National
paper.
Is that not why we are funding them?
Data problem.
We have a data problem.
But we are the media. They can send it to us. We would like to see those figures because what we have is nothing compared to what the minister reeled out. I mean, this is tragedy that is really happening.
And it took
in
him
Nigeria.
a while before he was able to acknowledge and say the data. At first, he first said, no, we don't know. You can't really distinguish between Christians or Muslim. They don't check the religion of the dead. What do you mean? What kind of talk is that? We're not saying Muslims are not being killed. Yes, of genocidal proportion. But you can't deny the fact that there's a Christian genocide. Let's call it straight. They can't meet yesterday and talked about it again.
All right, Christians are being killed. Well, Christians are being killed. Christians are being massacred. This is the conversation. In another tragic development, bandits stormed a branch of Christ Apostolic Church in the Eruku community of Kwara State on Tuesday evening, killing 3 worshippers and abducting the pastor, along with several congregants during a live-streamed service. The horrifying attack, which occurred around 6 p.m., was captured on video showing the congregation scampering for safety as sporadic gunshots rang out around the church premises. Let's take a look. We don't have the video or we don't have the strap? May we have the video? Oh, we don't have the video. Well, in that video, we saw more than 5 armed bandits ransack the church, carting away belongings before kidnapping the pastor and worshippers. A witness told reporters that 3 people died immediately as the gunmen opened fire on the gathered congregation. Community leaders revealed that Eruku has been under banditry attacks for 3 weeks, with distress calls to authorities yielding to no results. The Kwara State Police Command has confirmed injuries to 3 persons, including a vigilante, but the full number of those abducted remains unclear. This comes barely 48 hours after bandits raided the government girls' comprehensive secondary school in Kebbi State, abducting 25 schoolgirls. 2 of them have escaped, while we have also learned of a Catholic priest who was abducted in Kaduna State. Dr. Abati, I mean, we will have that video. If we have that video, we'll play it right away. But I'm sure you saw that video. It was quite terrifying to watch. When I saw it, I thought it was an old video. I did not even realize that it happened just yesterday amid this conversation and the crisis that we have in our hands.
Well, this is a sad reconfirmation of the fact that there is insecurity in Nigeria and that the Nigerian state has continued to fail in dealing with the problem, whether they use the phrase kinetic or non-kinetic. The fact that at this time there have been increased attacks on Christian establishments and Christian figures would seem to be also a reinforcement of the argument by persons who insist that there is Christian persecution in Nigeria. Whether this is orchestrated or not will be a matter for the intelligence authorities to find out. The attack in Kwara on the CAC Apostolic Church is reminiscent of the attack years back in December in Owo. And now we have been told that years after, those bandits have now been attacked. Then you hear that a Catholic priest was killed in Kaduna. Riley Moore, even if he's wrong, says that 25 Christian students have been, abducted, and the teacher, the vice principal in the school killed. So it feels into this grand narrative. But one thing that we cannot run away from is that the state...
If we have the video to the director, please just play it as Dr. Abati speaks. Continue speaking. Just play the video as you speak. Go ahead.
It's simply that the state is not living up to its responsibilities. Look at that. That's a church there. There was even an elderly woman who was campaigning for safety. This kind of thing, when it is seen by the international community, it reinforces the narrative. So the question to ask is that the intelligence agencies say they are responding, the security agencies say they are responding, but they are losing the battle, in this regard. Because if this kind of images go out, this kind of narrative will be reinforced, and then the Nigerian government will be holding the wrong end of the stick. And I said that the Americans are ahead, whatever the long-term objective may be. They've moved from traditional diplomacy to modern diplomacy. And that's why you have a Nicki Minaj talking, a former Canadian MP, a Miss Gambari, who is spewing anti-Gambari rhetoric on UK television. That's how the game is played. Right. So that was what I was saying. Where are our other non-governmental actors or, non-state actors, civil society groups who can help the Nigerian government at the level of diplomacy? But whatever it is, we all agree that we have problems here with security. Nobody is safe. And a state cannot be failing, and then it will fold its arms and say, oh, we are looking for help. People come and help us.
Right.
What are you yourself doing?
Yes.
Domestic policy drives foreign policy.
Right. Speaking about security and what has been done so far, there's been a 2019 video showing General Officer commanding the 7th Division, Major General Abdulmalik Bulama Biu, advocating for Boko Haram fighters to lay down their arms during an interview in Maiduguri that is now making the rounds on social media. The general, during the interview, urged the militants that they could advance in society and even could one day become president of Nigeria. Let's take a look.
For everyone, you need to come on board. Boko Haram should lay their arms unconditionally and be accepted in the community. Opportunities are out there for them. They can be rehabilitated. An ex-Boko Haram stands having laid his arms and comes back, turns his way away from his negativity. He stands to be a president of this country. He stands to aspire to any position in this country. Why is he wasting his time when he cannot even deliver? We will do that. But we have appealed to them, including their detractors, their collaborators, to see reason to, as fast as possible, quickly drop their arms so that we can once again reoccupy our peaceful position.
So these are the fundamental issues that we have in our security forces. We have this rehabilitation program, and we're appealing and treating these bandits with kid gloves, saying that he could even become a president. And look at what we are seeing. We even have...
Are they not holding government position in another area?
Yes.
Are they not taking picture of government official?
Are
there not some states that they say...
There some local government chairman.
We have those videos. We have this. So we even have a horrifying clip circulating on social media showing the moment the now late Brigadier General Musa Uba was executed by the Islamic State West Africa province ISWAP after they ambushed his convoy in Borno last Friday.
This is heartbreaking. Now, statements like what the previous video says is what emboldens terrorists and bandits to carry out their activities, even with an audacity and brazenness. That some of them do it and come into the community and be making laws and giving directions and be giving conditions as to whether or not they will operate. When the Nigerian, it's a failed state. When the Nigerian army, the Nigerian government should be hard on them and neutralize it. They are causing terror, mayhem. They are ensuring that people are not able to live in their communities. We have Nigerians who are IDPs for many years in their own country, displaced persons in their own country, and we are there appealing to them when we should talk tough and deal with the menace once and for all.
Well, in another development, the Nigerian Senate has demanded an immediate investigation into the more than $30 billion spent on the Safe School program, while urging President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to recruit 100,000 additional military personnel. Senator Adams Oshiomhole led the charge, accusing officials of turning security into a business. Let's take a look.
People are turned security to a business. So we should not monetize the death of people by those who are living by appropriating funds in the name of protecting schools, and as we know now, the schools are not protected. What happened to the money? So my prayer is this: recruit additional 100,000.
100,000 additional personnel to ensure the protection of schools.
That is army, because the chief of army staff said they have 177,000 men. I think we should have at least 100,000 more to make it 277,000.
That's exactly what we need. Meanwhile, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is set to depart Abuja for a strategic two-nation visit. His first stop is Johannesburg, South Africa, where he'll join world leaders at the 20th G20 Leaders Summit from November 22nd to the 23rd, upon invitation by South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. Well, at the summit, the president is expected to hold bilateral meetings aimed at advancing his renewed hope agenda. From South Africa, Tinubu will head to Angola for the 7th AU-EU Summit from November 24th to the 25th, where young leaders and organizations will address shared challenges like climate change, infrastructure development, the digital economy, and agribusiness. The president's trip was shared in a post on X by presidential spokesman Bayo Ononuga, generating several reactions. I'll take one. This person wrote, "With the killings in Kwara, abduction of schoolgirls in Kebbi, execution of a brigadier general, and so many more killings and kidnapping around the country, and just the start of a new week, this man still finds reason to travel out. God, where have we found ourselves? Send help." In another development, controversy continues to trail President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's attendance at the All Nigeria's 2025 Judges Conference, while the president used the occasion to warn judges against corruption. It's a viral video moment that has sparked fierce debate about judicial independence. The footage captured the Chief Justice of Nigeria alongside judges from across the country standing as the APC Song of Allegiance, "On Your Mandate, We Shall Stand," played after Tinubu delivered his speech. Let's take a look before we come back for a discussion.
The Nigerian judiciary, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless you all.
This video video has since gone viral on social media, with Nigerians questioning why judges, who are meant to be the ultimate arbiters of justice without fear or favor, will be seen publicly associated with a partisan song of allegiance. Critics argue that the optics are damaging, especially at a time when election petitions and politically sensitive cases regularly come before Nigerian courts. Civil society groups say such displays, intentional or not, undermine public confidence in judicial impartiality. I'll take one tweet before we close with you guys. This person wrote, "Those who are blaming Trump for describing Nigeria as a disgraced country should watch this and tell me how they feel seeing judges eulogizing Tinubu, which means their loyalty is to Tinubu than the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They are worse than what Trump said."
Okay, I have an advice for President Tinubu. At this rate, if he likes the song so much, you know the National Assembly is already a rubber stamp. He can just take it to them like he took the former National Anthem to change, and then just change the attempt to your mandate, Bola, for the next 4 years or how many years he's going to spend there, so that we just know that it's the National Anthem already. They can also make it a national song. This National Anthem, if you give it to the National Assembly, they will do it. You know they are rubber stamp. Yeah. Did you know that he changed National Assembly in less than 2 days or thereabout?
Right.
So if you continue,
can I play Usman Ododo as well, so that then we'll tie that all together?
They should change it for him so that it will be easier.
Meanwhile, Kogi State Governor Usman Ododo on Sunday threatened a clampdown on citizens who might be critical of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. Let's take a look before we come back with it.
Mr. President is doing all he could to fix this nation. And we are aware that there are some selfish and self-centered politicians that are using our people to cause crisis. And of course, apart from being government, I'm a responsible child. I should be Mr. President's grandchild. And if anybody that's supposed to know the value of a father is not misbehaving, we have to show them that we, the children, we don't take it. So we have nothing so special. We allow them, we're not going to do anything illegal. We allow the security.
There you have it, Dr. Abati. Ayon, sorry.
Quickly. You know, that on your mandate you shall stand that was played at the judges' conference was following a very powerful speech by the president himself, who had said that we must not turn the justice system to a sanctuary of conspiracy. He spoke very loudly about the fact that the Nigerian judicial system is said to be compromised or perceived to not be independent, or that is quite corrupt. And so to see this happen just immediately after giving that powerful charge is quite an irony, and it's quite, you know, it's unfortunate at the very least. Yes, we might say that, oh, some people are not aware of it, but I believe that they should have come out very strongly against that, because that's not the national anthem of the country. The president walking out, usually you would sing the national anthem on his arrival and his exit from a formal event. So that ought to have been played, as opposed to this level of psychophancy we see, including what the governor of Kogi State said. What is this? That's why we don't have truth in our system. People are not willing to tell the truth or stand up, and we make laws like this where you said that people who criticize the president will be punished, or they must wear a shrebi that is the president.
They must be punished. Well, I want to believe that that image of judges singing "On your mandate we shall stand" is not AI generated.
No,
because if it is not AI generated, it is scandalous, it is shocking, it is embarrassing, it is unacceptable. Because judges, as we said yesterday, are expected to be above board. They are supposed by their code of conduct to be impartial. They are not expected to jump into the arena. And then the president says, oh, the judiciary should not become a sanctuary for compromise. That's the word he used. And right before his presence, some judges stood up and they started saying, on your mandate we shall stand. No. Don't imitate them. On your mandate.
Don't listen.
You are imitating them. We are supposed to be neutral.
No, I'm singing.
No. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
In other words, they just confirmed what the president had said. I think those judges should be identified.
All right.
There were cameras in that room.
Right.
We should know who those judges are.
There were a lot of them.
They should be named
all right.
and shamed.
Well, all right. I wish we had more time. I'd love to thank you all, as always, for your great analysis. As always, on What's Trending. Rufai, well, all right. That's all I have for you guys on What's Trending today. I'll see you all tomorrow.
And that's all on today's edition of The Morning Show. Rotu Sudiri is up next with Global Business Report. Stay with us. This is still the Arise News Channel, your global standout news channel.
For over 2 decades, we've poured our hearts and resources into life-changing initiatives across the nation. With education shaping new possibilities, healthcare bringing hope and healing. Good doesn't inspire from a distance. It comes from removing the everyday obstacles faced by real people. And economic empowerment driving growth. So when we help lift one, they have the power to lift others too. Our story isn't written in boardrooms, it's woven in the lives that we touch. As we take steady steps, let's turn them into giant strides together.
Monday morning talking about renewal and meetings.
Starting and growing a business can be tough.
Debits?
Especially with insufficient funds.
This business is becoming too expensive. My children need to start feeding me.
More, these figures are not smart.
At Access Bank, we love SMEs, from business loans to flexible cost savings account. We've got the solutions to help your business thrive. With our Diamond Business Advantage account, you can easily access financial support, business tools for growth, business loans, and opportunities to meet and interact with other business owners. Dream big and elevate your business to the next level. To learn more, visit www.accessbankplc.com/business/SME-banking or walk into any of our branches to get started.
In this fast-paced world, where the unpredictable happens, you need to protect your world. You need better protection for your assets. Linkage Assurance PLC is now bigger, bolder, and better to offer tailor-made insurance products with prompt claim settlements and enhanced customer satisfaction. No matter the insurance policy, come over to Linkage Assurance PLC today and be rest assured we've got your world fully protected. Visit www.linkageassuranceplc.com. Linkage Assurance PLC. Protection that counts.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch. For easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
You're watching Arise, the world's standout news channel.
Arise News, awards, and beyond.
You're watching the Arise News channel. We are live in Kano, where the Kano State Governor, Abba Kabir Yusuf, is presenting the state's first ever 1 trillion naira proposed budget for the 2026 fiscal year.
And targets. Review of 2025 performance. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will recall that in November last year, our administration presented the 2025 budget before this Honorable House with an initial size of 549 billion 160 million 417,663,000 naira. However, the Honorable House appropriated the sum of 719 billion 755 million 417,663 naira. This was subsequently reviewed through a supplementary provision of 215 billion 378 million 374,543.62 naira, thereby raising the overall budgetary size to the tune of 935 billion 132 million 792,206 naira 0.62 kobo, a clear demonstration of our commitment in addressing the present needs of our people and driving sustainable development across the state. The budget, aptly tagged Budget of Hope and Human Capital Development, was carefully structured with a recurrent allocation of 313 billion 265 million 948,685 naira 76 kobo, and a capital allocation of 621 billion 867 million 843,520 naira 86 kobo, striking a deliberate balance between meeting the immediate obligations and driving long-term growth. From January to October 2025, the overall performance of the approved budget stood at 75%, reflecting our administration's steadfast commitment to prudent resource management, accountability, and the accelerated delivery of dividend of democracy to our people. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, with your kind permission, allow me to therefore present a brief account of the remarkable achievements our administration has achieved in the outgoing 2025 fiscal year. Education. Mr. Speaker, distinguished members of this honorable House, This administration has continued to play a pivotal role in transforming the state's educational landscape through a series of impactful interventions aimed at expanding access, improving infrastructure, and enhancing the overall learning experience. This informed our decision to allocate the sum of 280 billion naira, 609,337,087 kobo, representing 31% of the total budget of the state for the 2025 fiscal year. As a result of this firm commitment, the government has embarked on the following strides, which include: 1, large-scale construction and renovation of classrooms across the state to address the overcrowding and ensure that every child learns in a safe, comfortable, and stimulating setting. 2, sustenance of the free education program in all primary and secondary schools, which remains a cornerstone of our human capital development agenda, ensuring that children from all backgrounds, regardless of economic status, can access quality education. 3, enhancement of feeding program for boarding students, providing nutritious meals to promote their health, concentration, and academic performance. 4, disbursement of over 1,420 million naira to cover registration fees for students enrolled in various universities, thereby alleviating the financial burden on parents and ensuring that no student is left behind due to economic challenges. Number 5, as part of the last year's success recorded in the area of foreign scholarship, the government has also continued with the same foreign and domestic scholarship scheme, in which 590 applicants were successfully screened for various postgraduate programs in some countries across the globe, particularly India, Malaysia, and Uganda. This initiative, I must say, continues to offer life-changing opportunities for our brilliant students to acquire advanced knowledge and skills that will be reinvested into growth of our state upon their return. Number 6, settlement of outstanding tuition fees for Kano State students who graduated from Near East University, Cyprus, from 2015 to 2019, reaffirming the government's commitment to students' welfare abroad. Number 7, continuation of the 50% fee waiver for students in tertiary institutions aimed at alleviating financial burdens, promoting equal access to higher education, and encouraging academic pursuit among indigent students across the state. Number 9, establishment of Kano State Polytechnic Gaya to expand access to higher education. This new institution is designed to cater for the growing demand for tertiary education and to offer specialized programs aligned with the state's socio-economic priorities. On this note, I would like to, Mr. Speaker, most humbly thank all of you members of this assembly for the timely deliberation and passage of the bill establishing Gaya Polytechnic. We thank you all. Thank you very much. Number 11, embarking on massive funding toward the construction, renovation, and maintenance of structures across all state-owned tertiary institutions. Through these efforts, Mr. Speaker, we are not only improving the quality of higher education, but also laying a solid foundation for a knowledge-driven economy that will secure the future of our dear state. Number 12, enhancement of students' performance in core disciplines in our secondary schools through recruitment of over 400 qualified mathematics teachers, in addition to employing over 1,600 watchmen to safeguard our schools and provide a secure, conducive environment to teaching and learning. Number 12, establishment of government girls' secondary school at Dangoro, Kumbosa local government area to expand access to girl child education. Number 13, general repairs and renovation of physical structures at First Ladies College, Mariri, to provide conducive environment to learning. 14, settlement of National Examination Council's NECO outstanding piece to ensure uninterrupted participation of state students in national examinations. Number 15, settlement of counterpart fund for Universal Basic Education Commission UBEC matching grant to the tune of over 3.55 billion naira, strengthening basic education infrastructure and access. 16, procurement and distribution post-UTME and JAMB forms, including screening, registration, and training for prospective candidates to enhance tertiary education enrollment. Number 17, conduct of the 5th combined convocation ceremony and the investiture of the Chancellor at Aliko Dangote University of Science and Technology, Udil, with Alhaji Aliko Dangote, President of the Dangote Group, as Chancellor, as well as the second combined convocation of the Northwest University, celebrating academic excellence and institutional growth. Number 19, general renovation of dilapidated structures at various schools, including Government Technical College Dambata, Government Technical College Ungogo, Government Girls Secondary School Balansanyawa, and Government Secondary School Gurungawa, to mention just a few, to upgrade learning environments. Number 20, renovation of the French and Chinese bilingual colleges in Konkoso town to promote multilingual education and cultural exchange. Number 21, conduct of the 2025 internal examinations, including basic education certificate, basic education Islamic certificate examination, senior Arabic and Islamic schools qualifying examination, and senior secondary qualifying examinations, ensuring standardized students' assessment across the state. Number 22, settlement of outstanding boarding schools feeding liabilities to sustain the welfare of students in public boarding schools. Number 23, resuscitation of 15 skills acquisition centers across the state, which serve as practical training grounds where youths can develop hands-on competencies in diverse trades and vocations. Number 26, Mr. Speaker, our administration's decision to dedicate 31% of the 2025 fiscal year budget to education has begun to yield remarkable results, placing Kano State at the top of the 2025 NECO performance chart. This, Alhamdulillah, beaten Lagos and all other 35 states, including the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. This is a feat that stands as a testament to our commitment in strategic interventions. Academic activities across schools have also been significantly enhanced through consistent teachers' motivation, improved learning resources, and the retraining of educators to deliver optimal results. Through these targeted initiatives, we are not only raising the academic standards, but also laying a sustainable foundation for a future driven by knowledge, discipline, and innovation. Mr. Speaker, I hasten to say that these measures, coupled with improved supervision and support services, have revitalized the education sector and rekindled the confidence of parents, teachers, and even students alike. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, is on health. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, our sincere commitment to strengthening the health care sector and enhancing the well-being of our citizens. This administration has allocated the sum of 149.7 billion naira, representing 16.5% of the total 2025 fiscal year budget to health-related initiatives. This significant investment reflects our resolve to expand the access to quality medical services and build a more inclusive, responsive, and resilient healthcare system through, number 1, upgrade of healthcare infrastructure and manpower development, ensuring that every community, urban or rural, benefits from equitable and efficient medical services. Number 2, transformation of primary healthcare centers into fully functional general hospitals in key local government areas such as Garku, Kombozo, Gari, Garimalam, Shanono, Kiro, Remengado, and Gabasawa, bridging the gap between the undeserved communities and essential health care. Many others are in the pipeline of execution. Construction of a model primary healthcare centers also at Rimen Zakara Quarters, Regional Zakiwat, in Ngogo local government area to serve as a benchmark for community-based care. Number 4 on health is the completion of a community clinic, renovation of a mosque, and construction of resident doctors' house at Daladi Nasidi Housing Estate, thereby enhancing holistic community health support. Number 5, general renovation works at Kano State College of Health Science and Technology, reinforcing the foundation for medical education training. Number 6 is the solarization of primary healthcare headquarters and cold rooms across 6 zonal cold stores, ensuring uninterrupted supply for vaccine preservation and critical operations. Number 6 is the extension of solar installation at Hasia Biopediatric Hospital and Isiaka Rabi Pediatric Hospitals, reinforcing maternal and child health infrastructure. Number 7, supply and installation of a 500 kVA generator at Murtala Mohammed Specialist Hospital, securing reliable energy for advanced medical procedures. Number 8 is the procurement of medical equipment for primary health care facilities in Galatown, Smela local government, Gwarzo, and Topa, boosting diagnostic and treatment capabilities. Number 9 is the ongoing rehabilitation and modernization of Kura General Hospital and Muhammad Abdullahi Wasi Special Hospital, aligning them with contemporary medical standards. Number 10 is the purchase of residential plots at Zongo Quarters in Kano Municipal Local Government Area for use as a medical students hostel for Northwest University Kano, supporting clinical training and academic growth. Number 11 is the launching of the Upper Care Scheme, offering pre-leprosy treatment to affected individuals, promoting dignity, recovery, and social reintegration. Number 12 is the expansion of the contributory health insurance scheme to include prison inmates, Almajiri peoples, and persons with special needs, ensuring social inclusion. Number 12 is the 37% increase in health insurance enrollment, mid-2023 to September 2025, driven by free rural registration drives and awareness campaigns led by Kano State Contributory Healthcare Management Agency. Number 13 is the provision of pre-maternal healthcare services across government facilities, guaranteeing safe, affordable, and quality care for women before, during, and after childbirth. Number 14 is the revalidation of counterpart funding approval for the Bilharzia Mass Administration of Medicine exercise, reaffirming our commitment to combating neglected tropical diseases. Mr. Speaker, through these comprehensive interventions, we are not only improving the quality and reach of healthcare services, but also building a system that reflects compassion, innovation, and equity. Our vision is very, very clear. A healthier Kano, where every citizen, regardless of status or location, has access to the care they deserve. Number 3 is on agriculture. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the stern commitment of this administration to revitalize the agricultural sector was reflected in the allocation of 21,38,199,190 naira.76 kobo, representing 3.8% of the 2025 budget. This strategic investment yielded significant achievements in line with our vision for food security, job creation, and rural development. Notable accomplishments during the outgoing fiscal year in agriculture include: 1, approval for construction of 11 mini-ice dams and irrigation infrastructure across 11 local government areas aimed at enhancing dry season farming and ensuring all year round agricultural productivity. 2 is the procurement of 333 truckload of NPK fertilizer amounting to approximately 199,000 bags, which were distributed to over 100,000 farmers across the state to boost crop yield and reduce input cost. Number 3, the supply and distribution of over 70 trucks of rice to all the 44 local government councils, benefiting civil servants, civil society organizations, special interest groups, and particularly persons with special needs, in line with our inclusive approach to food support. Number 4 is the take-up of the Sustainable Power and Irrigation for Nigeria SPIN project in Kano State, which is expected to transform the irrigation landscape and boost agribusiness development through renewable energy solutions. Number 5 is the recruitment of agricultural extension workers and other essential personnel to strengthen the delivery of services to farmers, ensuring that they are equipped with modern farming techniques, inputs, and real-time advisory support. Mr. Speaker, these efforts are part of our deliberate strategy to reposition agriculture as a key driver of economic diversification and empowerment in Kano State. Number 4 is on infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in line with our vision to modernize Kano State through transformative infrastructural projects, this administration committed the sum of 70 billion naira, 682 million naira, 843,744 naira 15 kobo, representing 12.5% of the total 2025 budget to the infrastructural sector. This significant investment has delivered tangible results across urban and rural communities, enhancing connectivity, safety, ethics, and administrative efficiency throughout the state. Key achievements recorded during the outgoing fiscal year include comprehensive road maintenance and rehabilitations across minor and major metropolitan roads, including the provision of road signs, road markings, etc., etc. Number 2 is the execution of the 2025 constituency projects, ensuring grassroots impact through projects directly informed by community needs and legislative advocacy. On this note, I also wish to congratulate all the honorable members for this gigantic effort at ensuring the full implementation of all the constituency project for the 2025 budget allocation. Mr. Speaker, number 3 is the reconstruction of many metropolitan roads as part of our urban renewal program with new asphaltic overlay, drainages, etc., thereby significantly improving mobility and boosting commercial activities. Also online is the renovation of major public buildings, notably the long overdue upgrade of the government house and renovation works at Gidan Murtala and Gidan Ado Bayero, including supply and installation of 4 new solar-powered elevators, 2 for each building complex. Also, on this, we have the construction of new government office complexes to meet increasing administrative needs and reduce reliance on rented facilities. 6 is the establishment of the Ministry of Housing Development, a dedicated institution charged with the driving policies, programs, and innovations that will make decent and affordable housing accessible to all. Number 6 is the commencement of the construction of the Ministry of Housing Development ultra-modern headquarters, alongside the headquarters of the Kano Housing Corporation, both designed to serve as centers of excellence for housing policy formulation, planning, and implementation. Number 7 is the primary infrastructure development at strategic layouts, including Rijir Gwangwang and BUK Western Bypass, opening up new residential and investment corridors. Number 8 is the construction of red networks and parking lots at the Governor's Lodge in Konkosia City, further enhancing accessibility within government residential facilities. Number 9, Mr. Speaker, is the provision of wireless solar-powered traffic lights at major 3-way intersections across metropolitan Kano under the urban renewal program, promoting road discipline and energy efficiency. Number 10, the government successfully procured 500 transformers across and distributed same across various communities in the state. This, Mr. Speaker, is with a view to addressing persistent power challenges and improve electricity supply for both residential and commercial use. This intervention, I must say, has significantly enhanced access to stable power and boosted socio-economic activities statewide. In the same vein, the administration commenced the procurement and distribution of solar home systems under the Abba Gida Gida Empowerment Initiative, aimed at promoting renewable energy, reducing dependency on the national grid, and empowering households with sustainable off-grid electricity solutions. We also have the supply and the installation of solar-powered street lights across almost all metropolitan roads and some local government areas headquarters under the 5-kilometer programs, all aimed at improving security and nighttime visibility. The general renovation of Jumat mosques at both Konkosia and Amana cities and a host of others located in different places across the state. Emergency infrastructure repairs, including washout at Topa Bridge along Topa Doakin Topa Road, ensuring continued access and safety. Mr. Speaker, these initiatives form part of our urban renewal agenda, which is greatly transforming Kano into a resilient and investment-friendly state aligned with the aspirations of the good people of Kano State. Mr. Speaker, number 5 is on manufacturing, commerce, investment, and tourism. Distinguished members of this August Assembly, in our steadfast commitment to industrial revitalization and economic empowerment, the sum of 3,887,338,871 naira 45 kobo of the 2025 budget was allocated to the sector, and this has informed the bedrock for achieving the following strides. Number 1 is the resuscitation of garment clusters across all the 44 local government areas of the state. The initiative has already taken up with the first phase in 6 pilot local government areas, namely Madobi, Kura, Rogo, Ambata, Gorzo, and Kibia, where efforts are underway to provide modern facilities, equipment, and technical support to local tailors and fashion entrepreneurs. This broad intervention aims to breathe a new life into the state's garment industry, create thousands of jobs, and promote resilience among our skilled youths and women. Number 2 on this sector is the facilitation of a 5 billion naira soft loan scheme for small and medium enterprises in partnership with the Bank of Industry to further stimulate growth and innovations among local entrepreneurs. Number 3 is a remodeling of 5 major markets with befitting infrastructure that meets modern standards. These markets, once completed, will not only enhance commercial activities, but also attract greater investment, improve hygiene and safety, and strengthen the value chain of trade and industry across our state. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, is the repositioning of the Ministry of Tourism and Culture into a vibrant revenue-generating institution. This strategic repositioning is designed not only to safeguard our traditions, but also to harness the immense potential of the creative and tourism sectors as key drivers of economic diversification and internally generated revenue. By strengthening institutional capacity and fostering partnerships, we are setting a new standard for cultural administration in the state. Number 5, Kano State proudly participated in the UNESCO Edo 2025 program, where our contingents showcased the depths of our cultural identity to an international audience. Most notably, Mr. Speaker, we successfully organized the Kano Festival Canfest, popularly known as Kalankwa, the first of its kind, bringing together participants from the 44 local government areas of the state, as well as other interested countries to celebrate our arts, culture, and unity. This landmark event, Mr. Speaker, not only projected Kano on the global tourism map, but also reinforced our reputation as the cultural heartbeat of northern Nigeria. Number 6, Mr. Speaker, is on environment and sanitation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in recognition of the vital role a clean, safe, and resilient environment place in public health and sustainable development. The sum of 15,523,154,078 naira 47 kobo, representing 2.8% of the 2025 budget, was allocated to the environment and sanitation sector. This allocation enabled the implementation of several strategic interventions, including but not limited to: number one, approval and adoption of the Kano State Climate Change Policy, a landmark framework aimed at strengthening the state towards a low-carbon, climate-resilient future. The policy sets the stage for a sustainable and climate-proof economy by promoting adaptive strategies and reducing greenhouse gas emissions across key sectors. Number two, the settlement of allowances for street sweepers in recognition of their crucial role in maintaining urban cleanliness and environmental health across the state. Number three is to mitigate flooding and ensure smooth stormwater flow. The government undertook comprehensive annual drainage clearance across the 8 metropolitan areas of the state. This proactive and timely intervention not only enhanced urban resilience, but also enabled the state to withstand NIMET's flood predictions without recording any major incidents, a testament to effective planning and environmental management. Number four, the payment of outstanding allowances to forest guards to boost their morale and support ongoing efforts to protect and preserve our forest reserves and biodiversity. Number five is the employment of 100 newly engaged forest guards again to protect our forest and preserve the future of Kano State. Number six is the execution of a critical erosion control project at Tudinyola, Bajalabi community in Gwale local government area to address long outstanding ecological challenges and prevent further environmental degradation and loss of property. Number seven is the procurement of 5 street sweeping vehicles to mechanize urban sanitation, improve efficiency, and support the daily cleaning operations across major roads and public places. Number 8 is the procurement and distribution of over 5,000 liter bins, 240 liter capacity each, aimed at promoting responsible waste disposal, curbing indiscriminate littering, and enhancing environmental consciousness among our residents. Number 9 is the commencement of the new MAF erosion control project with an initial allocation of over 300 million naira to address critical erosion-prone areas and protect communities from environmental hazards. Number 10 is the authorization of multiple drainage construction projects across strategic locations to mitigate flooding, improve sanitation, and enhance urban resilience during the rainy season. Number 11 is the flag off of the distribution of 5.5 million tree seedlings for planting across the state as part of a massive afforestation campaign to combat desert encroachment and promote environmental sustainability. Number 12, the tree planting in schools religious centers, and along major streets, reinforcing the administration's vision for a cleaner, healthier, and greener environment. Number 13 is the restoration of over 250,000 hectares of land through the agroclimatic resilience in semi-arid landscape appraisal project, a major achievement in the state's broader environmental recovery and climate resilience drive. These initiatives, Mr. Speaker, underscores our unwavering commitment to a cleaner, safer, and environmentally responsible Kano State in line with global best practices and national environmental standards. Number 7 is on good governance institutions. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this administration remains committed to strengthening governance institutions, which are the backbone of sustainable development and effective service delivery. In the outgoing fiscal year, we allocated the sum of 98,245,089,019 naira 58 kobo, representing 7.5% of the total budget 2025 to support and enhance the operations of the machinery of governance. This, I must say, Mr. Speaker, the strategic investment which yielded notable outcomes, including the enhancement of institutional capacity, improved coordination among ministries, departments, and agencies, and deepening of transparency and accountability frameworks. It has also fostered more responsive and inclusive governance across all levels. As a result of this commitment, we recorded tangible achievements, including number 1, procurement of modern firefighting vehicles, Mercedes-Benz fire trucks, and manned diesel water tankers for deployment at the government house to enhance emergency response capacity across the area. Procurement of Toyota Hilux operational vehicles for selected agencies and local government projects monitoring committees across the 3 senatorial districts to improve oversight and project supervision. Settlement of outstanding fiber optic installation and bandwidth subscription fees for 2023 to 2024 and 2024 to 2025 service periods, ensuring uninterrupted internet connectivity and digital governance infrastructure. Number 4 is the payment of over 27 billion naira in accumulated gratuities to retired civil servants, which is a significant move aimed at fulfilling pension obligations and restoring the dignity of our retired workforce. Number 5, Mr. Speaker, is the settlement of outstanding severance gratuity, accommodation, and leave/recess allowances for our former councillors of the 44 local government areas who served during the periods 2014 to 2017, 2018 to 2020, and 2021 to 2024. I'm happy to inform this honorable House that by the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, by next week, we are concluding the payment or settlement of these severance allowances to all the councillors concerned to the tune of 8 billion naira next week, inshallah. Mr. Speaker, these efforts reflect our firm belief, firm resolve to build strong institutions, uphold social justice, and deliver good governance system that is efficient, transparent, and people-centered. Number 8 is on security, justice, and emergency services. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the safety and security of our people remain paramount to the vision and mission of this administration. In recognition of the complex security challenges confronting our state and the nation. In that regard, we allocated the sum of 23,457,527,026 naira 6 kobo, representing 4% of the 2025 fiscal year budget to the security, justice, and emergency services sector. This strategic investment has also yielded meaningful outcomes in strengthening community policing, improving justice delivery, and enhancing emergency preparedness and response. Key milestones achieved in this sector, Mr. Speaker, include the establishment of the Kano State Neighborhood Watch, a grassroots-driven security outfit designed to complement conventional security agencies through intelligence gathering, community surveillance, and rapid response to threats at the local level. This initiative reflects our commitment to building a security architecture that is people-oriented, proactive, and inclusive. Number 2 is the procurement of uniform materials for 6,000 members of the Kano State Neighborhood Watch Vigilante Group, equipping them with proper identity and boosting their morale in the discharge of their duties. Number 3 is the training of 2,000, again, neighborhood watch operatives by reputable consultants with a focus on basic security operations, intelligent management, human rights, and crisis response, ensuring professionalism, accountability, and synergy with formal security institutions. Number 4 is the support to the justice sector, including the passage of key instruments that enhance governance, strengthen the rule of law, and provide a framework for institutional efficiency in the administration of justice. Mr. Speaker, this efforts underscores our holistic approach to security, one that prioritizes both law enforcement and legal reforms, while fostering trust and cooperation between the government, security agencies, and the communities they serve. We will also continue to build on this momentum in the year 2026, ensuring that by the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Kano remains a safe, just, and secure environment for all residents. On water supply and rural development, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in our relentless pursuit of inclusive development and improved living standards for our citizens, this administration has allocated the sum of 27,235,112,601 naira 5 kobo representing 4.9% of the total budget for 2025 to the water supply rural development sector. This investment was aimed at addressing the long-standing challenges of water scarcity and expanding infrastructure to underserved rural communities. Significant achievements recorded here include sustained efforts to end water scarcity through rehabilitation and maintenance of key water supply facilities, as well as the expansion of reticulation systems to ensure the supply of potable water across both urban and rural areas of the state. Number 2 is the establishment of a model village in Doga, Gabasa local government area as a pilot for integrated rural development. The core project incorporates water supply, access roads, electrification, sanitation, and other social amenities to uplift rural living conditions. Number 3 is the implementation of rural roads backlog, maintenance and rehabilitation intervention aimed at improving connectivity between communities, markets, schools, and healthcare centers. Number 4 is the comprehensive data collection and stakeholders' engagement across communities, serving as a foundation for evidence-based planning and sustainable rural and community development initiatives. These interventions, Mr. Speaker, are part of our strategy to bridge the over-rural development gap and foster equitable access to essential services throughout the state. Number 10, on transport development. Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable members, as part of our firm commitment to transforming Kano into a modern, inclusive, and environmentally sustainable metropolis, this administration allocated the sum of 12,805,155,000 naira, representing 22.3% of the 2025 budget to the transport development sector. This tactical investment laid the foundation for long-term reforms aimed at enhancing mobility, reducing environmental impact, and boosting economic activity through transport innovation. Key achievements in the outgoing fiscal year in the transport sector include: 1, adaptation of Kano State Transport Policy Green White Paper, a milestone policy framework that promotes a reliable, affordable, safe, and environment-friendly transport system. The policy provides a roadmap for multi-modal transport integration, traffic decongestion, and sustainable infrastructure planning across the state. Number 2, the approvals were granted to the Ministry of Transport for the establishment of Kano State Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, Kamata, and Kano State Permissible Wet Bridge Agency. Number 3, the procurement of 500 state-of-the-art electric tricycles for mass transport empowerment and employment program, valued at 3.7 billion naira. This is going to be distributed across our various young men and women across the 44 local government areas. This flagship, Mr. Speaker, initiative reflects our dual commitment to climate-conscious development and youth empowerment. Number 4, the electric tricycles designed to reduce carbon emissions and dependence on fossil fuels, not only align with global sustainability goals, but also serve as a vehicle for economic empowerment, creating direct employment for over 1,500 youths and improving last-mile connectivity in urban and peri-urban communities. Mr. Speaker, this administration's transport agenda goes beyond roads. It is about building a smart, efficient, and inclusive transport ecosystem that meets the present needs of our people while protecting the future generations. Number 11 is on women and youth development. Mr. Speaker, respected honorable members, in line with the administration's vision to empower women and youth as catalysts for economic growth and social stability, several transformative initiatives were launched to promote entrepreneurship, skills development, and self-reliance across the state. These efforts are designed to create sustainable livelihoods, curb unemployment, and unlock the potential of young men and women in every community. The key interventions in this area, Mr. Speaker, include the plugging off of the first tranche of 800 million naira youth empowerment scheme, through which 150,000 grants were disbursed to each of the 5,384 young men and women to enable them start or expand their micro businesses across the 44 local government areas. Number 2 is the revival of vocational skills programs aimed at reducing social visits, promoting self-sufficiency, and fostering youth development across the state. Number 3, the collaboration with 345 youth organizations to sustain and expand the empowerment programs and ensure continuous community engagement. Number 4 is the launching of a 2.3 billion livestock entrepreneurship program, under which 7,158 goats were distributed to 2,386 women across the 44 local government areas to enhance women's economic participation and income generation. Number 5, the empowerment of over 1,130 graduates with start-up kits and essential resources to support self-employment and innovation-driven enterprises. Number 5 is a disbursement of 50,000 start-up capital each to thousands of small business owners aimed at strengthening the micro enterprise sector. Number 6 is the employment of some grown-up orphans from the Nasra orphanage to address idleness and provide them with a sense of purpose and belonging. Number 7 is the approval for the employment of essential personnel, such as social workers, community development workers, and others deemed critical to address the manpower gap arising from prolonged periods without recruitment, despite continuous staff attrition through retirement, death, and transfers of service. Honorable members, construction of a mini stadium also at Konkosomadogo local government area to promote youth engagement in sports and community development. Honorable members, proposed 2026 budget allocations, which is the main reason why I am here before you for its presentation. Honorable members, our proposed budget for the 2026 fiscal year totaled 1,368,127,929,000 naira, 271 naira, built around complete legacy projects, consolidating gains, and enabling new initiatives. Mr. Speaker, our respective honorable members, let me say here that the sum of 934 billion naira, 640 million 32,101 naira is earmarked for capital expenditure. And the sum of 433 billion 487 million